The sun does not vanish suddenly over the province of Pannonia. It retreats with a slow, deliberate hesitation, pulling its warmth away from the earth inch by inch. There is no rush in the movement of the light. It is a long, drawn-out process that turns the sky from a pale, washed-out blue to a color that resembles the dull inside of an oyster shell. If you were standing on the ramparts of the legionary fortress, looking out over the flat, grassy plains, you would not see a battle. You would not see a messenger riding hard with news of the emperor. You would only see the grass bending slightly under a wind that has traveled for miles without touching a single tree. You do not need to focus on where this is exactly. It is simply a place where the empire rests. The year is not important, only the time of day. It is that heavy, quiet hour when the work is done, but sleep has not yet arrived. It is the time of transition. Let your shoulders drop. There is nothing you need to learn from this history. There are no dates to remember. There are no names that will be on a test. This is just the sound of a world slowing down. Inside the barracks, the air is thick and still. It smells faintly of unwashed wool, old leather, and the earthy scent of dried mud that has been tracked in on 300 pairs of sandals. A soldier sits on the edge of his bunk. His name might be Lucius or Marcus, or simply a man whose name is etched onto a piece of lead somewhere forgotten. He is not fighting. He is not marching. He is sitting. His movements are heavy and slow. He reaches down to unbuckle his caligy, the heavy military sandals that have been the foundation of his day for the last 12 hours. The leather straps are stiff. They have been hardened by sweat and dust. His fingers work at the buckles with a practiced, mindless rhythm. There is a small sound, the creak of leather against leather, that repeats. Creak, pull, creak, pull. It is a boring sound. It is a comforting sound. It means that the patrol is over. It means that for the next 10 hours, the empire does not require him to stand. He pulls the sandal off his left foot and sets it on the floor. The sound of the hobnails, the iron studs on the sole, meeting the wooden floorboards is a dull thud. It is not a sharp noise. It is the sound of weight being released. He repeats the process with the right foot. Creak, pull, thud. He wiggles his toes. The cool air of the barracks touches his skin, a stark contrast to the trapped heat of the leather. He stays there for a long time, just sitting, staring at a knot in the wood of the bunk opposite him. He is not thinking about the glory of Rome. He is thinking that his left heel is slightly sore. He is thinking that he needs to oil the straps before inspection tomorrow. He is thinking about a bowl of porridge. If you are listening to this, you can let your mind drift away from the soldier. You can look at the dust motes floating in the shaft of light coming from the high window. The dust moves slower than the soldier. It swirls in currents of air that are too subtle to feel. Up and down, spiraling in slow, lazy circles. The soldier stands up. His knees crack, a dry sound like snapping twigs. He moves to a small wooden chest at the foot of his bed. He opens it. Inside, perfectly folded, is his tunica. It is red, or perhaps an undyed off-white, faded by endless washings in river water. He takes out a small clay jar and a rag. It is time for the evening routine. There is a profound boredom in the maintenance of equipment. It is a task that must be done every day, regardless of the weather, regardless of the mood. The soldier takes the rag and dips it into the jar. The substance is a mixture of tallow and beeswax. It is thick and greasy. He begins to rub it into the leather of his belt. The motion is circular, round and round. The rag creates friction, warming the wax so it sinks into the grain of the hide. He watches his own hand move. Circle, circle, circle. The leather darkens slightly as it drinks the oil. This is how a Roman soldier spends his evening, not in the tavern shouting, but here in the dim light preserving the things that keep him alive. But even keeping him alive is too dramatic a thought for this moment. He is just cleaning. Outside the barracks walls, the Canabae, the civilian settlement that clings to the side of the fortress like barnacles on a ship, is beginning to settle. The Canabae is where the wives live. Roman soldiers are not allowed to marry. It is the law written by men in the Senate who live thousands of miles away in marble houses. They say a soldier must have no distractions. They say a soldier belongs only to the legion. But the reality of the empire is not written on paper scrolls. It is lived in the mud and the timber houses outside the gate. The soldiers have families. They have unofficial wives. They have children who run through the alleyways. They call this a connubium, a shared life, even if the law does not recognize it. The soldier finishes with his belt. He wipes his hands on a spare piece of cloth. He puts the jar away. He stands up again and puts on a simpler pair of sandals, softer ones, meant for walking on the dirt paths of the town. He wraps a cloak around his shoulders. The wool is scratchy and heavy, a familiar weight. He walks to the door of the barracks. The hinges of the door are heavy iron. They swing open with a low groan. Outside, the sky has deepened to a twilight purple. The evening star is visible, a single steady point of light hanging above the silhouette of the watchtower. He walks across the Via Principalis, the main street of the camp. His pace is unhurried. There is no officer yelling orders. There is only the sound of other men moving quietly, the clinking of a pot being washed, the murmur of a conversation about the quality of grain. He approaches the gate. The guards on duty are leaning against their pala, their spears. They see him coming. They do not challenge him. They know his face. They know the rhythm of his walk. One of them nods. It is a microscopic movement of the chin. The soldier nods back. No words are exchanged. Words require energy. Words break the silence. The understanding between them is absolute and dull. He is going out. He will be back before the horn blows at dawn. He steps through the gate and leaves the geometric precision of the military fortress behind. The ground changes under his feet. Inside, the roads were paved with fitted stones, hard and flat. Outside, in the Canabae, the ground is packed earth. It is softer. It absorbs the sound of his footsteps. The civilian town is a maze of wattle and daub huts, timber shacks, and small workshops. The architecture here is organic. It has grown over time, room by room, fence by fence, without the strict planning of the engineers. It feels more human. It feels chaotic in a very slow, sleepy way. As he walks, he passes a potter's workshop. The wheel is still. The potter has gone inside. Rows of unbaked bowls sit on a drying rack, covered with a damp cloth to keep them from cracking in the night air. The soldier looks at the shapes under the cloth, mounds of gray clay, waiting, drying. He passes a pen where 3 goats are kept. The goats are lying down, their legs tucked under them. One of them chews cud, its jaw moving sideways in a relentless, mesmerizing rhythm. Chew, chew, chew. The soldier watches the goat for a moment as he passes. The goat watches him. Neither finds the other interesting. The air here smells different than in the fort. It smells of wood smoke. Almost every house has a small fire burning for cooking or for warmth. The smoke hangs low, trapped by the cooling air, creating a thin blue haze that softens the edges of the buildings. It smells of roasting onions. It smells of flatbread baking on hot stones. It is the smell of domesticity. This is where the romance lies. not in poetry, but in the smell of onions. He turns down a narrow alleyway. The walls of the houses are close enough that he could touch both sides if he stretched out his arms. The clay walls are rough, textured with the straw that was mixed into the mud. He runs a hand along the wall as he walks. It is cool and gritty. He reaches a small house at the end of the lane. It is no different from the others. A wooden door, slightly warped by the seasons. A roof thatched with river reeds that rustle softly when the wind picks up. He does not knock. He pushes the door open gently. Inside, the light is golden and dim. An oil lamp sits on a low wooden table in the center of the room. The flame is small, a single tongue of fire feeding on olive oil. It flickers slightly as the door opens, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A woman is sitting near the lamp. Her name is Elara. She is local to this province. She does not wear the elaborate stola of a Roman matron. She wears a simple tunic of undyed wool, belted at the waist. Her hair is braided and coiled at the back of her head, held in place with a wooden pin. She is working. In her lap there is a pile of lentils. She is sorting them. Her hand moves from the pile to a bowl, picking out the small stones or bits of chaff that are mixed in with the food. It is a task that requires zero thought, only patience. She looks up as the soldier enters. She does not jump up to embrace him. She does not cry out his name. She simply smiles, a small, tired curving of her lips. "You are late," she says softly. Her voice is low, blending with the shadows. "The centurion wanted the tools counted," he replies. His voice is a rumble in the small room. He takes off his heavy cloak and hangs it on a peg by the door. He walks over to the table and sits on a stool opposite her. He watches her hands. Pick, drop, pick, drop. The lentils make a tiny, rain-like sound as they hit the clay bowl. He reaches out and takes a handful of lentils from the pile. He begins to sort them too. He does not need to do this. It is woman's work, generally speaking, but he is here, and he wants to be doing what she is doing. They sit there for a long time without speaking. The silence is not empty. It is filled with the comfort of presence. This is the forbidden love of the Roman soldier. It is not sneaking out to meet in the moonlight for a passionate tryst. It is sitting on a hard stool, sorting lentils, with a woman the law says he cannot have. The oil lamp hisses quietly. A bubble of water in the oil bursts. The light dims for a fraction of a second, then returns. "The wind is changing," Elara says after a while. She does not look up from the lentils. "Yes," the soldier answers. "It will be cold tonight. I put extra straw in the mattress." "Good." That is the extent of their conversation for the next hour. It is incredibly mundane. It is incredibly precious. In a life dictated by trumpet blasts and shouting officers and the threat of violence, this hour of sorting lentils is the only peace he knows. You can imagine the texture of the lentils in his rough, calloused fingers. They are smooth, small, hard discs, cool to the touch. He rolls one between his thumb and forefinger. He feels the perfect roundness of it. He drops it into the bowl. The room is warm. The heat from the small charcoal brazier in the corner radiates outward, combating the chill that is seeping through the clay walls. The brazier glows with a dull, orange heat. Ash covers the coals, muting the light but preserving the warmth. Every now and then, the charcoal shifts with a soft clink. The soldier looks around the room. He knows every crack in the wall. He knows the shelf where the wooden bowls are stacked. He knows the bundle of dried herbs hanging from the rafter, sage and thyme, that scent the air with a dusty, savory perfume. This is his home, even if the emperor says his home is the barracks. He watches the shadow of Elara's hand on the wall. It is huge, magnified by the angle of the lamp. The shadow hand mimics the real hand. Pick, drop. The rhythm is hypnotic. It is a pendulum swinging, marking the passage of time without urgency. There is no rush to finish the lentils. If they are not finished tonight, they will be finished tomorrow. The concept of deadline does not exist in this room. There is only the task and the doing of the task. Outside, a dog barks. It is a distant, muffled sound, bark, bark, and then silence. The town is going to sleep. The sounds of the blacksmith's hammer ceased hours ago. The shouts of the street vendors have faded. The world is narrowing down to this circle of light. The soldier feels his eyelids growing heavy. The physical fatigue of the day is catching up with him. It is a pleasant heaviness. It starts in his shoulders, which drop another inch. It moves down his spine. It settles in his legs. He stops sorting. He rests his hands on his knees. He watches the flame of the lamp. It is mesmerizing. Blue at the base, yellow at the tip. It wavers, fighting the stillness of the air. Elara finishes the pile. She brushes her hands together, dusting off the microscopic particles of grit. She stands up. The stool scrapes softly against the earthen floor. "Are you hungry?" she asks. "A little," he says. She moves to the corner of the room. She opens a cloth bundle. She takes out a loaf of bread. It is round and dense, made of emmer wheat. She breaks off a piece. The crust is thick. She hands it to him. He takes it. He does not eat it immediately. He holds it. He feels the texture of the crust. It is rough. He smells it. It smells of yeast and fire. He tears off a small piece and puts it in his mouth. It is dry but chewy. He chews slowly. The act of eating bread in a quiet room is a form of meditation. There is the resistance of the crust, the softness of the crumb, the subtle sweetness of the grain. He eats the piece of bread with total attention, not because he is trying to be mindful, but because there is nothing else to do. Elara pours a cup of water from a pitcher. She mixes a little bit of wine into it, just enough to kill the bacteria, just enough to turn the water a pale pink. She hands the cup to him. He drinks. The water is cool. It tastes faintly of the clay pitcher and the sour wine. It washes down the dry bread. "The centurion," he says after a long pause, "found a crack in his helmet." Elara looks at him. She is wiping the table with a cloth. "And he was angry. He blamed the armorer." "The armorer is a good man," she says. "Yes, but the helmet is old." "Everything is old," she says. "Yes." This is the drama of their lives. A crack in a helmet. A disagreement about whose fault it is. It is not the burning of Troy. It is the friction of daily life. And they share it. She knows the armorer. She knows the centurion, at least by reputation. She is part of his world and he is part of hers. She finishes wiping the table. She blows out the lamp. The room plunges into darkness, but not total darkness. The coals in the brazier still glow, casting a faint, reddish light on the floor. The moonlight seeps in through the cracks around the doorframe. The soldier stands up. He navigates the room by memory. He moves to the back where the bed is pushed against the wall. It is a simple frame, filled with straw and covered with wool blankets. He sits on the edge of the bed. The straw rustles loudly, a dry, whispering sound that fills the quiet room. Crinkle, rustle, he lies down. He pulls the blanket up to his chin. The wool is scratchy but warm. He listens to the sound of Elara moving in the dark, the rustle of her dress, the sound of her taking the pin out of her hair, the soft thud of her sandals being placed by the wall. She lies down beside him. The bed dips slightly under her weight. The straw adjusts, whispering again. They lie there in the dark. They do not touch immediately. They just lie on their backs, staring up at the invisible ceiling. "Did you get the grain?" he asks into the darkness. "Yes," she whispers. "The price was higher today." "It is the season," he says. "Yes." Silence returns. It is a thick, velvet silence. It wraps around them like a second blanket. The soldier closes his eyes. He can hear his own breathing. In, out, in, out. He can hear her breathing. It is slightly faster than his, lighter. He thinks about the walk back to the fort in the morning. He will have to leave before the sun is up. The air will be gray and misty. The grass will be wet with dew. He will walk the same path, past the goats, past the potter, through the gate. He will put on his armor. He will pick up his shield. He will be a soldier again. But for now, he is just a man lying in the dark. The warmth of the bed begins to seep into his bones. The stiffness in his legs begins to dissolve. The worries about the helmet, the centurion, the inspection, the grain prices, they all begin to drift away. They are floating off into the corners of the room, dissolving into the shadows. He turns on his side. The straw crunches. He reaches out a hand in the darkness. His fingers brush against her arm. Her skin is warm. She does not move away. She leans slightly into his touch. This is the connection. This is the marriage that is not a marriage. It is the warmth of another human being in a cold world. It is the knowledge that someone is breathing beside you. The soldier's breathing slows down. It becomes deeper, more rhythmic. He is drifting on the edge of sleep. The last thing he hears is the sound of the wind picking up outside. It whistles softly through the thatch of the roof. It is a lonely sound, a sound of vast, empty spaces, but he is not in the empty space. He is inside. He is safe. He is with her. And the Roman Empire, with all its legions and its laws and its marble cities, fades away into the background, leaving only the sound of two people breathing in the dark. The night does not stand still, even when it feels like it has stopped. It deepens, it settles, it gains weight. Over the Roman province of Pannonia, the sky has shifted from the deep purple of twilight to a vast, encompassing black. The stars are there, millions of them, sharp and cold, dusting the darkness like salt spilled on a dark cloth. But down here, among the huts and the muddy lanes of the Canabae, the stars feel very far away. Here, the world is defined by shadows. The settlement outside the fortress walls is sleeping. It is a collective slumber, a heavy, rhythmic breathing of hundreds of people who have worked hard and eaten simple food. There are no streetlights here. There is no ambient glow from a nearby city. When the lamps are blown out, the darkness is absolute. It is a physical thing, a velvet curtain that wraps around every house, every fence, every sleeping dog. If you were to walk down the main dirt path now, you would need to know the way by heart. You would have to feel the ground with your feet. You would feel the ruts left by the cart wheels, now hardened by the night chill. You would feel the smooth patches where thousands of sandals have worn the earth down to a polish. You would navigate by smell, the scent of damp thatch, the lingering aroma of wood smoke, the smell of the river moving slowly in the distance. Inside the small hut, the soldier, whose name we might call Marcus, wakes up. He does not wake up with a start. There is no alarm. There is no sudden noise. He simply floats up from the bottom of sleep to the surface like a leaf rising in a still pond. He opens his eyes. The room is dark. The charcoal brazier has burned down to a pile of gray ash, with only the faintest, dying, dull red glow at its heart. It is not enough light to see by. It is just a point of reference in the blackness, a reminder that heat existed here once. Marcus lies still. He does not move a muscle. He is trained to be still. On patrol, stillness keeps you alive. Here in his bed, stillness keeps the warmth under the blanket. The air in the room has grown cold. It is the deep chill of the middle of the night, the hour when the sun is on the other side of the world and the earth forgets what warmth feels like. He listens. The silence of a pre-industrial night is not actually silent. It is full of tiny, textured sounds. He hears the breathing of Elara beside him. It is a soft, rhythmic hush. Hush. It is the most peaceful sound in the world. It is the sound of safety. She is deep in sleep, her day of sorting and weaving and cooking completely forgotten. He hears a scratching sound in the thatch of the roof. It is a mouse, or perhaps a small bird shifting its nest. Scritch, scratch, it stops. Then scritch. It is a busy, tiny life carrying on just above their heads. Marcus does not mind. The mouse is part of the house. It belongs to the ecosystem of the Canabae. He hears the wind. It has changed direction again. It is pressing against the north wall of the hut. The wattle and daub wall is strong, but it is not perfect. There is a faint whistling sound, a high-pitched sigh, where the air finds a tiny gap between the clay and the wooden frame. Woo-woo. A thin thread of cold air is entering the room. Marcus thinks about getting up to plug the gap. He thinks about the rag he uses for cleaning his armor. It is sitting on the chest. He could get up, find the rag in the dark, and stuff it into the crack. He thinks about this for a long time. He weighs the effort of leaving the warm straw bed against the minor annoyance of the draft. The calculation is slow and lazy. His mind moves like molasses. Get up, cold floor, find rag. Fix hole, cold air, stay in bed, warm blanket, ignore noise. He decides to stay. The draft is not hitting him directly. It is just a sound. He can live with the sound. He shifts his legs slightly. The straw mattress crunches. The wool blanket slides against his skin. It is rough, scratchy wool woven by local women. It still smells faintly of the sheep it came from, a lanolin scent that never quite washes out. It is a heavy smell, a grounding smell. His throat feels dry. The salted pork from the midday meal, the bread, the wine, they have left a thirst. Now the calculation begins again. Thirst, water pitcher, cold floor. This time the thirst wins, but there is no rush. He lies there for another few minutes, simply accepting the fact that he will get up. He prepares himself for the transition. Slowly, carefully, he pushes the blanket aside. The cold air hits his skin immediately. It is a shock, but a familiar one. He swings his legs over the side of the bed. His feet touch the earthen floor. The floor is packed dirt, smooth and hard as stone and very cold. The cold travels up through the soles of his feet. He curls his toes. He stands up. The bed frame creaks. He pauses, waiting to see if Elara stirs. She murmurs something unintelligible, shifts her shoulder, and settles back into the rhythm of sleep. Hush, hush. Marcus moves through the darkness. He knows this room. He knows that 3 steps forward is the table. He knows that 2 steps to the left is the water jar. He moves with his hands outstretched, his fingers brushing the empty air until they find the cool, rounded surface of the clay jar. The jar is heavy. It sits on a low wooden stand. Beside it is a ladle made of hollowed-out wood. He finds the handle of the ladle. He dips it into the jar. The sound of the ladle entering the water is a hollow plop. He lifts it. Water drips back into the jar. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop is loud in the silence. He brings the ladle to his lips. The wood is smooth against his mouth. The water is freezing. It tastes of the earth and the clay. It flows down his throat, a cold stream that wakes up his stomach. He drinks one ladle. He dips it again. He drinks another. He stands there in the dark, holding the empty ladle. He is a soldier of the legionaries. He has marched hundreds of miles. He has built roads. He has dug ditches. He has stood in shield walls. But right now, he is just a man standing in his underwear in a dark hut, refreshed by a sip of water. His eyes have adjusted to the gloom. He can make out the shapes of the room now. The gray square of the window shutter. The bulky shadow of the loom in the corner. The loom is where Elara spends her afternoons. It is a vertical warp-weighted loom. The threads hang down, held tight by clay weights tied to the bottom. In the dark, the weights look like rows of silent teeth. The shuttle, wound with gray wool, sits on a shelf. The work is paused. It waits for the sun. Marcus looks at the corner where his armor lies. His larica segmentata, the segmented iron plates, is dismantled and packed in a leather bag to keep it from rusting. His helmet sits on top of the bag. The iron crest of the helmet catches the tiniest fraction of light from the dying embers, a dull, metallic glint. It looks like a dead thing. Without him inside it, the armor is just scrap metal. It has no power. It has no authority. It is just heavy iron that hurts his shoulders. He looks at it with indifference. He does not hate it. He does not love it. It is just his tool, like the potter's wheel or the farmer's plow. He turns away from the armor. He is not a soldier tonight. He walks back to the bed. The path is reversed. 2 steps right, 3 steps back. He finds the edge of the mattress with his shin. He climbs back in. The straw complains again. Crackle, rustle. He pulls the blanket up. The warmth he left behind is still there, trapped in the straw, waiting for him. He slides back into the pocket of heat. He lies on his back again. He tucks his hands under his head. Outside, the wind gusts. The draft whistles again. Woo-woo. Marcus closes his eyes. He begins to think about the morning, but he does not think about it with anxiety. He thinks about it as a series of simple, inevitable steps. The trumpet will sound. I will get up. I will put on my tunic. I will eat porridge. I will walk to the fort. I will answer the roll call. It is a script. He has performed it 1,000 times. He will perform it 1,000 times more. There is a comfort in the repetition. He does not have to decide what to do. The Empire decides for him. And because the Empire decides his day, his mind is free right now to do nothing. He does not have to plan his career. He does not have to worry about the stock market. He does not have to wonder if he is fulfilling his potential. He is a soldier. He is here. He is warm. That is enough. His mind drifts to the garden behind the hut. It is a tiny patch of dirt, fenced in with woven sticks. Elara has planted onions and garlic there. He thinks about the onions growing in the dark. He imagines the roots pushing down into the soil. Slowly, millimeter by millimeter, white threads moving through the black earth. He imagines the bulbs swelling, layer upon layer of white flesh wrapping around itself in the silence underground. The onions are sleeping too. The garlic is sleeping. The goats in the pen down the road are sleeping. The chickens are roosting. The entire province of Pannonia is a vast, silent quilt of sleeping things. Even the river Danube, the great watery border of the empire, seems to slow down at night. During the day, it is a gray, churning highway for barges and patrol boats. But at night, in his mind, it becomes a smooth, black ribbon of glass, sliding effortlessly towards the sea. Marcus breathes out a long, slow breath. His body feels heavy, sinking into the straw. The sensation of the cold floor on his feet is fading, replaced by the tingling warmth of the blood returning. He turns onto his side, facing Elara. He can see the curve of her back under the blanket. She is a warm shape in the darkness. He thinks about the law again, the Lex Julia. The law that says this woman is not his wife. The law that says any children they have will not be Roman citizens until he retires. It seems like a very small, silly thing here in the dark. The law is words on a scroll in Rome. Rome is weeks away. Rome is a noise. This room is quiet. This room is real. He reaches out and rests his hand on the blanket just over her hip. It is a claim. It is an anchor. This is mine, the gesture says. This quiet life is mine. The mouse in the roof scratches again. Scritch. The wind sighs. Woo-woo. The embers in the brazier settle with a tiny tink. These are the noises of his existence. They are not the clash of swords. They are not the roar of the crowd in the amphitheater. They are the boring, beautiful noises of peace. Marcus feels his thoughts dissolving. The image of the onions fades. The image of the river fades. There is only the darkness, soft and deep. He is drifting, he is floating. But the night is long, and the night has many phases. Miles away, on the high stone walls of the fortress, the guard is changing. It is the end of the prima vigilia, the first watch. It is time for the second watch to begin. Let us leave Marcus and Elara in their warm, straw-filled stillness. Let us drift out of the hut, through the gap in the door where the moonlight tries to get in. Let us float back out into the cool, damp air of the lane. The mist has begun to rise. It comes off the damp ground, swirling around the corners of the huts. It softens the shapes of the world even further. A wagon, left parked by the side of the road, looks like a sleeping beast in the fog. A stack of barrels looks like a tower. We move silently through the Canabae, hovering over the muddy path. We are heading towards the gate, towards the stone, towards the soldiers who are not allowed to sleep. The transition from the soft chaos of the civilian town to the rigid order of the fort is sharp. The ground changes from mud to gravel, then to paved stone. The smell changes from wood smoke and goats to cold stone and oil. We approach the massive wooden gates of the fortress. They are barred shut. Huge beams of oak, reinforced with iron, locked into place. Above the gate on the walkway, two figures are standing. They are wrapped in thick cloaks. They are leaning on their spears. They are staring out into the darkness that we just came from. They are the Watchers, and their night is just as boring as Marcus S., but in a different way. Their boredom is cold. Their boredom is standing up. Let us observe them for a moment, not to see a battle, for there is no battle, but to see how they pass the time when time refuses to move. One of them shifts his weight from his left foot to his right. The leather of his sandal creaks. Kriyak. He waits 10 seconds. He shifts back. Kriyak. This is the excitement of the second watch. The other guard looks up at the sky. He is trying to find a constellation. He traces the shape of the bear with his eyes. He counts the stars in the tail. 1, 2, 3. He loses count. He starts again. 1, 2, 3. The wind blows across the ramparts. It flutters the edges of their cloaks. It snaps the fabric, flap, flap, flap. They do not speak. They said everything they had to say 2 hours ago. They talked about the food. They talked about their feet. They talked about a dog they saw. Now there is nothing left to say. They just stand. They breathe. They watch the fog swirl over the grass. They are waiting for the dawn, but the dawn is hours away. The night stretches out before them, a vast, empty plain of time that must be crossed, second by second, breath by breath. And down in the Canabae, inside the warm hut, Marcus sleeps on. He does not know about the guards on the wall. He does not know about the stars. He only knows the warmth of the blanket and the smell of the straw. The empire rests. The history books will record the battles and the emperors. They will not record this. They will not record the sound of a ladle dripping water into a jar in the middle of the night. Drip, drip. But we record it, we notice it, we stay with it. Because this is the night, and the night is slow. The night has a texture. In the early hours before the concept of morning has even occurred to the horizon, the texture of the night is like rough, unfinished stone. It is cold, hard, and unyielding. The mist that had begun to curl around the corners of the Canabae has thickened. It has swallowed the feet of the watchtowers. It has muffled the flow of the river. If you were standing in the center of the settlement now, you would see nothing but grayness and shadow. But there are pockets of life that operate in reverse. While the soldiers sleep, while the women sleep, while the goats sleep, there are those whose day begins in the dark. Down a narrow, winding lane, 3 streets away from the hut where Marcus and Elara lie in the straw, there is a building made of stone. It is sturdier than the wattle and daub huts. It sits low to the ground, anchored by its own weight. From a small chimney stack, a thin, steady ribbon of smoke rises up to join the fog. It smells of oak wood and toasted grain. This is the bakery. It is the engine of the morning. Inside, the air is not cold. It is thick with a dry, dusty warmth that coats the throat. The room is dominated by the oven, the furnace. It is a massive dome of brick and clay occupying the entire back wall. It looks like a sleeping giant. Standing before a long wooden table is a man named Silvius. He is older. His hair is the color of the flour that dusts every surface of the room. He wears a tunic that was once brown, but is now permanently pale with the ghosts of 1,000 loaves of bread. Silvius is not rushing. Baking is a profession that punishes haste. Yeast cannot be bullied. Dough cannot be hurried. Everything must happen in its own time. He stands before a mountain of flour. It is piled on the table, a soft, white cone in the dim light of the oil lamps. He reaches out with his hands. His fingers are thick, the joints swollen from years of work. He makes a crater in the center of the flour. He is building a volcano. He picks up a pitcher of water. He pours it into the crater. The sound is a soft, wet slosh. The water is tepid, warmed slightly near the oven. Yeast likes warmth. It does not like the cold of the Pannonia night. Silvius begins to mix. Watch his hands. They move in small circles at first, collapsing the walls of the flour volcano into the water. It is a messy process. The flour turns to paste. The paste sticks to his fingers. He does not stop to wipe them. He knows that the dough will eventually clean itself from his skin as it forms. Mix, turn, mix, turn. The only sounds in the room are the heavy breathing of the man and the squelching of the wet dough. It is a primal sound. It is the sound of mud being worked. It is the sound of creation. He adds the fermentum, the sourdough starter. It lives in a ceramic crock at the end of the table. It is a bubbling, living slurry that smells sour and sharp like old cider. He scrapes a handful of it into the dough. This is the soul of the bread. It is older than the fort. It has been kept alive, fed with flour and water, day after day, year after year. Now the real work begins, the kneading. Silvius gathers the shaggy mass of dough into a ball. He pushes it away from him with the heels of his hands. Push. The dough stretches. He folds it back over itself. Fold. He turns the ball slightly. Turn. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The rhythm is established. It is slower than a heartbeat. It is a rocking motion. His whole body moves with it. He leans in, using the weight of his shoulders to compress the grain. He rocks back. If you listen closely, you can hear the air being forced out of the dough. A tiny, wheezing gasp. P-H-H-H-H-T. There is nothing exciting about this. It is manual labor. It is repetitive. It is monotonous. But it is also hypnotic. The flour dust hangs in the air, catching the light from the lamp. It drifts in slow motion like snow that never lands. It settles on Silvius's eyebrows. It settles on the floor. It settles on the sleeping cat in the corner. The cat does not move. It is curled into a perfect circle on a sack of grain. It knows that the oven is warm. It knows that the mice are afraid of it. It has nothing to do but sleep and soak up the heat. Silvius pauses. He wipes his forehead with his forearm. He looks at the dough. It is changing. It is becoming smooth. It is becoming elastic. It is fighting back against his hands, springing into shape. He cuts the large mass into smaller pieces with a metal scraper. Scrape. Thud. He weighs each piece in his hands. He does not use a scale. His hands know the weight of a soldier's ration. 1 libra, 12 ounces. He shapes the pieces into rounds. He places them on a wooden board, dusted with more flour. He covers them with a heavy linen cloth. Now he waits. This is the majority of baking, waiting. He moves to the oven. The fire inside has burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The heat radiating from the brick mouth is intense. It dries the eyes. It toasts the skin. He picks up a long iron rake. He slides it into the oven. The metal scrapes against the brick floor. Shrahap. It is a harsh sound but brief. He pushes the coals to the side, clearing the floor of the oven for the bread. He picks up a bundle of dried twigs, faggots of hazel wood. He tosses them onto the coals. They catch fire instantly. Crack. Snap. Whoosh. The light in the room flares up, painting the walls in jumping orange shadows. Silvius watches the fire. He does not smile. He does not frown. He just watches. He checks the color of the bricks inside the dome. When they turn white, the heat is right. They are still gray. Not yet. He walks to the doorway of the bakery. He opens the top half of the door to let in some cool air. The night outside is still absolute. The street is empty, but there is a change. The silence is different. It is the silence of anticipation. Far away near the river, a rooster crows. It is a confused rooster. It is too early. It crows once, a ragged, scratchy sound, and then falls silent, perhaps realized its mistake. Silvius leans against the doorframe. He looks towards the fortress. He can see the torches burning on the gatehouse. 2 tiny pinpricks of fire in the black void. He thinks about the soldiers. He knows many of them. He knows which ones like their bread dark and crusty. He knows which ones have bad teeth and need the soft crumb. He knows which ones trade their bread for wine. He thinks about the soldier who came in yesterday, the one with the scar on his chin. He bought 2 loaves, one for himself, one for a woman. Silvius saw them walking together later near the river. They were not holding hands, that would be too open, but they were walking close, their elbows brushed. It is a common sight. The unmarried couples of the frontier. They live in the shadow of the law, but they live in the light of the bakery. They eat the same bread as the emperor, even if they don't share his rights. Silvius turns back inside. The draft from the door has cooled the room slightly, making the warmth of the oven feel even better. He checks the dough under the cloth. He lifts a corner of the linen. The pale rounds are expanding. They are breathing. They are rising, lifting the cloth milliliter by milliliter. It is a slow-motion magic trick. He drops the cloth, not yet. He goes to a stool in the corner and sits down. He picks up a small knife and a piece of wood. He begins to whittle. He is making a new peg for his drying rack. Slice, peel. The wood curls away in thin, pale strips. Slice, peel. He is perfectly content. He does not need entertainment. The smell of the yeast, the warmth of the fire, the sound of the knife against the wood, this is his world. It is a world of circles. The sun rises, the sun sets. The dough rises, the bread bakes. The soldiers march out, the soldiers march back. He works on the peg for a long time. The shavings pile up on the floor around his sandals. Suddenly a sound breaks the rhythm, a heavy rhythmic thudding from outside. Thump, thump, thump. It is the sound of boots, hobnailed boots on hard earth. Silvius stops whittling. He listens. The sound grows louder. It is a patrol, a small group of soldiers moving from the fort through the Canabae. They are not marching in formation. The rhythm is loose. They are tired. Maybe they are the night patrol returning from checking the perimeter. They pass by the bakery door. Silvius sees their silhouettes against the faint gray of the sky, the glint of a helmet, the darker shape of a shield. They do not look in. They are focused on the ground, on their destination. They are focused on sleep. The sound fades. Thump, thump, thump. Silence. The patrol has passed. The stillness returns, washing back into the street like water filling a hole. Silvius stands up. He puts the knife away. He walks back to the table. He lifts the cloth again. The dough is ready. It has doubled in size. It is puffy and soft like a cloud trapped in a skin of flour. He picks up a wooden peel, a flat shovel with a long handle. He dusts it with semolina. He picks up a round of dough. He places it on the peel. He takes a sharp blade and slashes the top of the loaf. Swish. A quick cross. This will let the steam escape. It will let the bread expand without tearing. He opens the oven door. A blast of heat hits him. He ignores it. He slides the peel into the dark, hot mouth of the oven. With a quick jerk of his wrist, he deposits the dough onto the hot bricks. He repeats this. Load, slash, slide, jerk. One by one, the loaves go in. They sit in rows in the dark, surrounded by the intense, invisible heat. Silvius closes the oven door. He blocks it with a heavy iron plate. Now the smell begins to change. The sour smell of raw dough is replaced by the sweet, toasted smell of baking crust. It is a smell that wakes the stomach. It is a smell that says home, even in a military camp on the edge of the world. Silvius leans against the table. He closes his eyes for a moment. He does not sleep. He just rests his eyes. He counts the minutes in his head. He does not need an hourglass. He measures time by the heat of the room and the ache in his back. Outside, the first, barely perceptible shift in the light is happening. The black sky is turning to a deep, bruised charcoal. The stars are dimming, preparing to retreat. The morning is coming. It is coming for Marcus and Elara in their hut. It is coming for the guards on the wall. It is coming for the river. But here in the bakery, the day has already been made. It is browning in the dark, crusting over, preparing to sustain the empire for another 12 hours of marching, drilling, and waiting. Silvius opens his eyes. He picks up a broom made of twigs. He begins to sweep the flour from the floor. A swish, swish, swish. The dust rises, the dust settles. The empire breathes in, the empire breathes out. And the bread rises in the heat. The world is no longer black. It has become a landscape of gray. The transition is so subtle that if you were watching the sky, you would not see it happen. You would simply realize after a long time that the darkness has lost its solidity. The air has thinned. The heavy curtain of the night is lifting, revealing a world that looks like it has been sketched in charcoal and ash. We are moving away from the bakery now, leaving the smell of warm yeast behind. We drift across the camp, past the silent rows of barracks where the soldiers still sleep, wrapped in their blankets. We move towards the eastern wall of the fortress. Here, the buildings are long and low. They smell of earth, ammonia, and sweet, dry grass. These are the stables. Inside, the air is warmer than the outside world. It is heated by the bodies of 60 horses. These are the mounts of the Elara, the cavalry wing. They are large animals, heavy-boned and strong, bred to carry the weight of a man and his armor for miles. But now they are carrying nothing. They are simply existing. Most of them are sleeping standing up. They have locked their legs, a mechanism of nature that allows them to rest without falling. Their heads hang low. Their eyes are closed or half open, seeing nothing. The sound in the stable is a low, continuous rumble. It is the sound of breathing, 60 pairs of lungs expanding and contracting, in, out, in, out. It creates a rhythm that is slower than the sea, a deep bass note that vibrates in the wooden beams of the roof. A man is moving in the shadows. His name is Titus. He is a Kahlo, a soldier's servant responsible for the care of the beasts. He does not wear armor. He wears a coarse tunic that is stained with oil and dirt. He moves with a slow, shuffling gait, his feet dragging slightly in the straw that covers the floor. He carries a bucket. It is made of wood bound with iron hoops. It is empty now and it swings by his side, bumping softly against his leg. Bump, step, bump, step. He stops at the far end of the stable where the grain sacks are stacked. He opens a sack. The smell of oats rises up, a dusty, dry, wholesome scent. He dips a wooden scoop into the sack. Rustle scoop. The sound of the grain shifting is like the sound of rain on a roof. Millions of tiny, hard seeds sliding against each other. Titus lifts the scoop. He walks to the first stall. The horse inside stirs. It hears the grain. It does not whinny. It is too early for that. It simply shifts its weight. The straw under its hooves crunches. Crunch. Swish. Titus pours the grain into the manger. Shh. The oats cascade down, hitting the wood with a soft, pleasing noise. The horse lowers its head. It begins to eat. Munch, grind, munch, grind. Titus moves to the next stall. He repeats the action. Dip, walk, pour. There is no variation in his movement. He does not rush. He does not stop to pet the horses. He is a machine of service. The horses expect him. They know his smell. They know the sound of his footsteps. They do not fear him, and he does not fear them. It is a relationship of mutual indifference and necessity. The light in the stable is growing stronger. The gray is turning into a pale, watery blue. Beams of light, filled with floating dust and chaff, begin to pierce through the high windows. They illuminate the particles in the air, turning them into tiny, floating stars. Titus reaches the middle of the aisle. He stops to catch his breath. He leans against a wooden post. The wood is polished smooth by years of shoulders rubbing against it. He looks down the line of horses. From this angle, all he sees are the rumps of the animals, a row of brown, black, and gray shapes. Tails flick occasionally, swishing at imaginary flies. Swish, slap. He picks up a brush from a shelf. It is a stiff brush, made of boar bristles set into a block of beech wood. It is time for the grooming. This is a task that takes hours. It is a task that cannot be hurried. To clean a horse properly, you must be methodical. He enters the stall of a large bay mare. She barely acknowledges him. He starts at her neck. He presses the brush into her coat and pulls. Scritch, scratch. The bristles drag through the hair, pulling out the dust and the dried sweat of yesterday's patrol. A small cloud of gray dust puffs up into the air with every stroke. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. The rhythm is mesmerizing. Titus's arm moves back and forth, down the neck, across the shoulder, along the flank. He leans his weight into the brush. The horse leans back against the pressure. It feels good. It is a massage. He reaches the horse's back. He works in circular motions now, round and round. The dust rises. The smell of the horse is strong, musky, and warm. It is not an unpleasant smell. It is the smell of life. He moves to the hindquarters. He is careful but not fearful. He runs his hand down the horse's leg to let her know he is there. He cleans the hock. He cleans the fetlock. Then he taps the horse's hoof. Up, he murmurs. It is barely a word. It is a vibration. The horse shifts her weight and lifts her hoof. Titus catches it. He holds the heavy, iron-shod foot in his hand. He picks up a metal hook. He begins to clean out the sole of the hoof. He scrapes away the packed mud and stones. Scrape, tink. A small stone falls onto the floor. Scrape. He cleans the frog, the V-shaped cushion in the center of the hoof. He is gentle here. He puts the hoof down. Thud. He moves to the other side. He starts again. Neck, shoulder, flank, leg, hoof. He finishes the mare. He steps out of the stall. He wipes the sweat from his forehead. One horse done. 59 to go. He does not despair at the number. He does not think about how long it will take. He simply walks to the next stall. The repetition is the point. The repetition is the life. Outside the stable, the camp is beginning to wake up. The sounds are faint, drifting in through the open doors. The clang of a pot, the cough of a sentry, the squeak of a wagon wheel turning. But inside, the world is still dominated by the horses. The sound of 60 animals chewing oats is a wall of white noise. It is a crunching, grinding symphony that blots out everything else. Titus moves to the water trough at the end of the stable. It is a long stone basin, fed by a lead pipe that brings water from the aqueduct. The water flows continuously. A small stream of clear, cold water pours into the trough, creating ripples that spread out and bounce off the stone walls. Trickle, splash, gurgle. The water is cold. A thin film of condensation has formed on the outside of the stone. Titus trails his fingers in the water. It numbs his skin. He picks up 2 buckets. He fills them. The buckets sink into the water with a heavy gloop. He lifts them out, water streaming from the sides. He carries them to the stalls of the horses that are tied up. The water sloshes in the buckets, splish, splash. He sets a bucket down, the horse dips its muzzle in. The sound of a horse drinking is a unique noise. It is a suction sound followed by a swallow, slurp, gulp, slurp, gulp. The water level in the bucket drops visibly. The horse pauses, water dripping from its whiskers, then drinks again. Titus watches. There is a satisfaction in watching an animal drink. It is a simple need simply met. The light in the stable has shifted again. It is now a true morning light, pale yellow and cold. The dust motes are dancing faster. A door at the far end of the stable opens. A soldier walks in. He is wearing his armor, but his helmet is under his arm. He looks tired. He has the red eyes of a man who has not slept enough. He walks over to a gray gelding in the 3rd stall. He does not speak to Titus. He leans over the stall door. He reaches out and strokes the horse's nose. The horse stops chewing and nuzzles the soldier's palm. The soldier rests his forehead against the horse's neck. He closes his eyes. He stands there for a long minute. He is drawing strength from the animal. He is grounding himself before the day begins. Titus continues his work. Scritch, scratch. He cleans the coat of a mule now. The mule's coat is coarser, rougher. The mule is stubborn. It leans heavily against the brush, almost knocking Titus over. Titus pushes back. It is a silent shoving match. The soldier sighs. He puts his helmet on. He fastens the chin strap. He pats the horse one last time, a solid thud-thud on the neck, and turns to leave. "Good oats today?" the soldier asks as he passes Titus. "Same as yesterday," Titus replies. He does not look up. "Right." The soldier leaves. The heavy wooden door bangs shut. The dust swirls in the draft. Titus moves to the next mule. The routine continues. The sun is technically up now, although it is hidden behind the low, gray clouds of Pannonia. The light is flat and shadowless. Titus feels a pang of hunger. He thinks about the bakery. He thinks about the bread Silvius made. He imagines the taste of the crust. Later. He will eat later, after the watering is done. He stops for a moment to check a piece of tack hanging on the wall, a leather bridle. The leather is old and cracked. He runs his thumb over a crack. It needs oil. He makes a mental note. Oil the bridle. He puts it back. The horses have finished their grain. The chewing sound stops, replaced by the sound of hooves shifting and tails swishing. They are waiting for the next thing, the hay or the saddle. But for now, there is a lull, a moment of quiet between the feeding and the riding. Titus sits down on an overturned bucket. He rests his elbows on his knees. He looks at his hands. They are covered in gray dust and horse hair. He rubs his thumb against his fingers. The texture is dry. He listens to the stable. It is a living building. It creaks. It breathes. It smells. Far away, the first trumpet of the day sounds. It is the prima luce, the signal for dawn. the signal for the camp to officially wake. The sound is mournful and brassy. It cuts through the morning air. It echoes off the stone walls. The horses' ears prick up. They know the sound. It means movement, it means weight, it means work. But Titus does not move yet. He stays on his bucket. The trumpet is for the soldiers. The trumpet is for the empire. Titus works for the horses, and the horses are not ready to go yet. He closes his eyes for a second, stealing a tiny fragment of sleep from the morning. Just a blink, a moment of darkness. Then he stands up. He picks up the brush. Scritch, scratch. The day has begun. The sound of the trumpet, the prima luce, does not last long. It hangs in the air for a few seconds, a brassy vibration that cuts through the fog, and then it is gone. The silence that follows is different from the silence of the night. It is an awake silence. It is a silence that is waiting to be filled. In the small wattle and daub hut, Marcus opens his eyes. This time, there is no negotiation with the morning. The trumpet is the voice of the empire, and the empire expects him to be standing on the Via Principalis within the hour. He lies there for one final moment, staring at the thatch roof. The light inside the room is dim and gray, filtering in through the cracks in the shutter. It reveals the texture of the ceiling, the individual stalks of dried river reed, bound together with twine. He follows a single stalk with his eyes from the rafter to the wall. It is a small journey. It is the last moment of stillness he will have for the day. Beside him, Elara stirs. She does not wake fully. She knows the routine as well as he does. She shifts under the wool blanket, turning away from the light, burying her face in the straw pillow. It is a gesture of retreat. She does not have to answer the trumpet. Her day belongs to the loom and the lentils, and those can wait for the sun to truly rise. Marcus sits up. The air is cold. It is the damp, penetrating cold of a river valley in the morning. He rubs his face with his hands. His skin feels rough. The stubble on his chin scratches his palms. Scritch, scritch. He swings his legs out of bed. The floor is just as cold as it was in the middle of the night, perhaps colder. He stands up. His joints are stiff. He stretches his arms above his head and his back cracks. A dull pop. He walks to the wooden chest. He opens it. He takes out his tunic. It is the red one today, the military tunic. It is made of thick wool. He pulls it over his head. The fabric smells of wood smoke and dried herbs. It settles on his shoulders, a familiar weight. He ties a simple rope belt around his waist to hitch the fabric up to his knees. Now the shaving. He moves to the small table where the water basin sits. The water in the pitcher is freezing. He pours it into the bowl, splash. He leans over the bowl and splashes the water onto his face. It is a shock. It tightens the skin. It wakes the nerves. He picks up his razor. It is a simple tool, a curved blade of iron with a wooden handle. It is not a modern razor. It does not glide. It requires respect. He rubs a little oil onto his cheeks to lubricate the blade. He looks into a small, polished metal disc that serves as a mirror. The reflection is distorted and dim. He can see the outline of his jaw, the shadow of his nose. He places the cold metal against his skin. He pulls. Scrape. The sound is loud in the quiet room. The blade drags across the stubble. He has to go slowly. If he rushes, he will cut himself. If he cuts himself, the centurion will notice. A Roman soldier must be clean-shaven. It is a mark of discipline. It distinguishes him from the barbarians who wear beards. Scrape, rinse, rinse. He swirls the razor in the water. Tiny black hairs float on the surface, spinning in the ripples. He concentrates on the angle of the blade. The jawline is tricky. The upper lip is dangerous. He holds his breath for the difficult parts. When he is finished, his face feels raw and cold. He wipes it with a linen cloth. He inspects his reflection. It is acceptable. He looks like a soldier again. He puts the razor away. He puts the oil away. Now the armor. He walks to the corner where the leather bag sits. He opens it. He takes out the pieces of his larica segmentata. This is the famous segmented armor of the legions. It is a marvel of engineering and a burden to wear. He puts on the padded subarmales first, a quilted vest that prevents the iron from chafing his skin. Then the shoulder guards. They are heavy. He lifts them up and settles them over his head. The brass hinges squeak softly. Squeak clack. He takes the girdle plates, the strips of iron that wrap around his torso. He wraps them around his chest. He fumbles with the leather straps and the brass buckles. The buckles are cold. His fingers are clumsy in the morning chill. He has to thread the leather strap through the brass loop and pull it tight. Pull, click. He repeats this 6 times. 6 straps, 6 buckles. The armor settles onto him. It constricts his breathing slightly. It changes his posture. You cannot slouch in larica segmentata. You must stand straight. The iron demands it. He picks up his cingulum, the military belt. It is heavy with bronze fittings and studded strips of leather that hang down in the front. It is not just a belt. It is a status symbol. The apron of leather strips makes a distinct noise when he walks. Jingle, clatter. He buckles the belt. It sits on his hips, adding another few pounds to the load. Finally, the focale, a woolen scarf. He wraps it around his neck and tucks it under the armor. This prevents the iron collar from rubbing his neck raw. It is a small piece of cloth, but it is the difference between misery and comfort. He is dressed. He is armored. He is a tank made of flesh and iron. He looks at the bed. Elara is still a lump under the blanket. He walks over to her. He does not wake her. He simply rests his hand on her shoulder for a second. The cold iron of his wrist guard touches the wool blanket. She makes a small sound, a sleepy murmur. He turns and walks to the door. He opens it. The morning air rushes in. It is gray and wet. The fog is thick, clinging to the ground like a damp spirit. He steps out. He closes the door quietly behind him. The latch clicks. He is outside. He begins the walk to the fortress. His sandals, the caligae, crunch on the gravel path. Crunch, jingle, crunch, jingle. The studs on his sandals bite into the earth. The metal on his belt chimes. It is the signature sound of the legionary. The Canabae is waking up. He passes a woman carrying a basket of eggs. She keeps her head down, hugging her shawl tight against the cold. He passes a man leading a donkey loaded with firewood. The donkey's hooves clip-clop on the hard mud. Everything is gray. The sky is gray. The mud is gray. The walls of the huts are gray. The only color is the dull red of his tunic and the glint of wet iron. He reaches the main road that leads to the gate. He is not alone now. Other soldiers are emerging from other alleys, other huts. They are all walking in the same direction. They do not talk much. It is too early for conversation. They just nod to each other. They fall into step. Crunch, crunch, jingle, jingle, crunch, crunch, jingle, jingle. The sound multiplies. It becomes a rhythmic shuffling, a collective movement towards duty. They approach the gate of the fortress, the Porta Praetoria. It looms out of the fog, a massive stone archway flanked by towers. The torches are still burning, but they look pale and sickly in the daylight. The guards at the gate stand at attention. They check the faces of the men coming in. They know them all. They wave them through. Marcus steps across the threshold. The ground changes from dirt to paved stone. The sound of his footsteps changes. Clack, clack, clack. Harder, sharper, louder. He is inside the fort. The geometry here is perfect. The roads are straight. The barracks are identical. The chaos of the civilian town is gone, replaced by the rigid order of the military machine. He walks to his barrack block. It is a long, low building with a colonnaded veranda. He smells the breakfast before he sees it. Porridge. He enters the mess room. It is crowded. Men are sitting on benches hunched over wooden bowls. The air is thick with steam and the smell of grain. He goes to the large cauldron. The cook, a soldier with a stained apron, ladles a portion into Marcus's bowl. Slop. It is pools, a porridge made of emmer wheat, water, and a little salt. Sometimes there is bacon fat in it. Today it looks plain. Marcus takes his bowl. He finds a space on a bench. He sits down. The wood is hard. His armor clanks against the table edge. He picks up his spoon. He eats. The porridge is hot. It burns his tongue slightly. It is bland. It tastes of wet grain, but it is warm and it fills the stomach. He chews slowly. He stares at the back of the head of the man in front of him. The man has a small bald spot. Marcus stares at the bald spot while he chews. Around him, the low murmur of conversation begins. Cold today. The fog is thick. My strap broke. Pass the salt. It is the most boring conversation in the world. It is a conversation that has happened every morning for 400 years. Marcus finishes his porridge. He wipes the bowl with a piece of hard bread and eats that too. He stands up. He puts his bowl in the washing tub. He walks out of the mess room, back onto the veranda. The fog is lifting slightly. He can see the top of the headquarters building, the Principia, in the center of the fort. A horn blows, a different one this time, shorter, sharper. It is the call to muster. Marcus walks to the open space in front of the barracks. The centurion is there. He is holding a vine staff, the symbol of his rank. He looks grumpy. The men fall into line. They do not need to be told where to stand. They know their place. Marcus stands in the second row, third from the left. He has stood in this exact spot for 3 years. He grounds his shield. The bottom of the shield hits the stones with a heavy thud. He stands at ease. The centurion begins to call the roll. Appius, here Brutus, here Caius, here. The names drone on. It is a litany of the living. Marcus waits for his name. He looks at the stone wall of the barrack opposite. He counts the bricks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Marcus, here. He answers automatically. His voice is flat. The roll call continues. Marcus shifts his weight inside his boots. His toes are starting to get warm. The wool socks are doing their job. He thinks about the rest of the day. They are scheduled for weapons drill. That means hours of swinging a wooden sword at a wooden post. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It is dull work. It is tiring work. But it is better than digging ditches. He breathes in the cool air. It smells of the latrines now and the smoke from the bathhouse fires. He is tired. He is always a little bit tired. But he is here. He is a small cog in a giant machine that stretches from Scotland to Syria. The centurion finishes the list. He tucks the tablet under his arm. He glares at the men. "Tunics look disgraceful," he barks. "Tighten your belts." The men shuffle. They tighten their belts. Nothing changes, really. "Right," the centurion says. "To the training ground, march." The men turn, clatter, jingle. They begin to move. Marcus falls into the rhythm. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. He empties his mind. He stops thinking about Elara. He stops thinking about the porridge. He becomes feet. He becomes shoulders. He becomes a shield. The column of men moves through the camp streets like a single, segmented organism. A gray and red snake made of iron and wool. They march towards the gate, heading out to the fields for drill. The fog swirls around their knees. The sound of their boots echoes off the buildings. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is a hypnotic beat. It is the heartbeat of the legion. And as they march, the sun finally breaks through the mist, a pale, watery disk of white light. It does not offer much heat, but it brightens the world. It glints off the helmets. It washes out the shadows. Another day in the Empire has officially begun. The training field, the Campus Martius, lies just beyond the fortress walls. It is a flat expanse of earth that has been beaten into submission by generations of sandals. There is no grass here. The grass gave up a long time ago. There is only the dirt, packed hard in the summer, turning to a sticky, clinging mud in the damp Pannonian morning. The fog has lifted enough to see the perimeter of the field, marked by a low ditch, but the horizon is still a blur of gray mist. The world feels enclosed, intimate, as if the training ground is the only place that exists. Marcus stands before his opponent. His opponent is 6 feet tall. It is made of oak. It is buried 3 feet deep into the ground. It has no arms, no legs, and no face. It is the palace, the training stake. Every soldier has a stake. There are rows of them standing like a silent wooden army. They are old. They are gray and weathered, splintered by the rain and the sun and the violence of the drill. The wood is scarred with thousands of dents, cuts, and gouges. It is a history book written in impact. Marcus holds a sword. It is not his sharp steel gladius. That is kept safe in its scabbard, oiled and wrapped. This is a Rudy's, a practice sword. It is made of wood, weighted with lead. It is twice as heavy as a real sword. The logic of the Legion is simple. If you can fight with the heavy wood, the steel will feel like a feather. But right now, it feels like a brick. Marcus's arm is heavy. His shoulder aches with a dull, familiar throb. He stands in the crouched position, his left leg forward, his large rectangular shield held close to his body. The shield, too, is a practice version, wicker, covered in leather, heavy and cumbersome. The doctor, the weapons instructor, stands at the front of the line. He does not shout. He does not need to. He carries a small whistle. Beep. The sound is thin in the damp air. Marcus moves. It is not a wild swing. It is a precise geometric movement. He steps forward with his right foot. He punches the edge of the shield against the post. Thump. This is to off-balance the enemy. Then a short, sharp thrust with the wooden sword. Thwack. The wood of the sword meets the wood of the post. The sound is flat and hollow. It is not the ringing of metal. It is the sound of a tree hitting a tree. The vibration travels up Marcus's arm. It rattles his wrist. It settles in his elbow. Peep. Recover. Marcus steps back. He pulls the shield tight against his chin. He lowers the sword point. He breathes. Who? A cloud of white steam escapes his lips. He watches it dissipate in the gray air. Peep. Step, thump, thrust, thwack. This is the drill. It is not a battle. It is a rhythm. It is a form of industrial labor. Step, thump, thwack, recover. Step, thump, thwack, recover. There are 200 men on the field. They move in unison. The sound is magnified. Thump, thwack. It sounds like a giant heartbeat. It sounds like a massive loom weaving an invisible tapestry of violence. But for Marcus, the world is very small. It consists only of the grain of the wood on the post in front of him. He stares at a particular knot in the oak. It looks like a closed eye. He aims for it. He is not thinking about killing enemies. He is thinking about the mechanics of his own body. Keep the elbow in. Don't drop the shield. Bend the knees. Sweat begins to form on his forehead under the rim of his helmet. It gathers in droplets. It trickles down his temple. It itches. He cannot wipe it away. His hands are occupied. He has to let it run. It runs down his cheek, over his jaw, and drips onto the woolen scarf around his neck. The armor, the larica, traps his body heat. Outside, the air is 45 degrees. Inside the shell of iron and leather, it is tropical. The wool tunic is damp against his skin. It is an uncomfortable, humid warmth. Peep. Thwack. The repetition is hypnotic. After the first 50 strikes, the mind detaches. The body takes over. The muscles know what to do. The conscious mind floats away, leaving the machinery of the arms and legs to continue the work. Marcus starts to count, not the strikes, that would be too tedious. He counts the breaths. In, out, in, out. He looks at the ground. The mud is being churned up by his sandals. The iron studs, the hobnails, bite into the earth, turn it over, mash it down. The mud is a dark, rich brown. It smells of wet clay. A worm has been disturbed by the stomping. It wriggles on the surface of the mud, pink and vulnerable. Marcus watches it for a second before he steps back. He misses stepping on it by an inch. The worm survives. The drill continues. Peep. The instructor walks down the line. He walks slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. He stops behind Marcus. Marcus feels the presence. He tries to straighten his back. He thrusts harder. Thwack. The instructor says nothing. He watches for a moment. He nods unseen. He moves on to the next man. The absence of criticism is the highest praise a soldier can expect. Time stretches. There is no clock on the training field. There is only the whistle. The sun climbs a little higher behind the clouds, turning the gray sky to a brighter white. The shadows of the posts shorten inch by inch. Eventually, the whistle blows a different note. 2 short blasts. Peep, peep. Halt. The noise stops instantly. 200 wooden swords are lowered. 200 shields are grounded. Thud. The silence rushes back in. It is filled with the sound of heavy breathing, a chorus of panting men. Rest, the instructor says. His voice is calm, bored. Marcus drops his sword. It hangs from his wrist by a leather lanyard. He lets his arms hang loose. He rolls his shoulders. The armor clanks. Clink, clank. He walks to the edge of the field where the water skins are piled. He picks up a leather bag. He pulls out the stopper. He tips his head back and squeezes the bag. A stream of water shoots into his mouth. It is lukewarm. It tastes of the leather pitch used to seal the bag. It is not refreshing in the way cold mountain water is, but it is wet. It soothes his dry throat. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. He looks around at the other men. They are all doing the same thing, leaning on their shields, rubbing their shoulders, staring at nothing. There is no camaraderie right now. They are too tired for jokes. They are just cows standing in a field, waiting for the herd to move. A bird flies over the field. A crow, it caws once. Caw, it lands on top of one of the training posts. It looks down at the men. It hops. It pecks at the wood. It finds a bug. It eats it. Marcus watches the crow. He envies the bird. The bird does not have to carry a shield. The bird does not have a centurion. Back to the line, the instructor calls out. The break is over. The crow flies away. Marcus picks up his shield. He walks back to his post. The post is waiting. It has not moved. It will never move. He assumes the stance. Left leg forward, shield up. Peep. Thwack. The rhythm begins again. It will continue for another hour, or perhaps 2. It does not matter. The duration is not up to him. As he strikes the wood, his mind drifts back to the Canabae. He thinks about the evening. He thinks about sitting on the stool. He thinks about the bowl of lentils. He wonders if Elara is at the market yet. He wonders if she is buying turnips. He imagines the shape of a turnip, round, purple at the top, white at the bottom. Thwack. He imagines her hands picking up the turnip. Thwack. This is how he survives the boredom. He builds a parallel world in his head, a world of vegetables and quiet rooms, while his body acts as a hammer for the empire. The sweat runs into his eyes. It stings. He blinks. Thwack. The sound of the wood is the only reality. The morning wears on, grinding itself away against the hard oak of the post. While the wooden swords are still thumping against the wooden posts on the training field, life in the Canabae continues its slow, unhurried rotation. The civilian settlement does not march to the sound of a trumpet. It moves to the position of the sun. And now, the sun is high enough to cast short, puddle-like shadows under the eaves of the houses. Elara is walking. She has left the quiet darkness of the hut. She has closed the door and latched it. She is now part of the gentle flow of the day. She carries a basket. It is woven from willow branches, the bark stripped away to reveal the pale wood underneath. The handle is smooth, polished by the oils of her palm. It creaks slightly as she walks. Creak, creak. The path to the market is muddy. The fog has lifted, but it has left a damp residue on everything. The mud is sticky. It grips the soles of her sandals. Every step requires a small, deliberate effort to pull her foot free. Squelch step, squelch step. She looks down at the ground as she walks. She navigates the puddles. She sees the footprints of others who have gone before her. A large boot print here. A small child's footprint there. The tracks of a dog. It is a map of the town's movement, written in dirt. She reaches the market square. It is not a grand forum with marble columns. It is an open space of packed earth, surrounded by temporary stalls and wooden tables. There is a canvas awning stretched over one section, flapping lazily in the breeze. The sound of the market is a low hum. It is not a roar. People here do not shout their wares like they do in Rome. They know their customers. They sit on stools behind their goods and wait. Elara walks to the vegetable stall. The vendor is an old man with a face like a dried apple. He is peeling a carrot with a small knife. He looks up as she approaches. He nods. She nods. On the table there are piles of root vegetables. They are the food of the frontier. Turnips, carrots, parsnips, onions. They are covered in a fine layer of soil. They smell of the deep earth. Elara reaches out and picks up a turnip. It is heavy. It is cool to the touch. The skin is purple near the stem, fading to a creamy white at the root. She turns it over in her hand. She inspects it for soft spots. She rubs her thumb over a clump of dried mud. The mud crumbles and falls to the ground, dust to dust. The turnip is good. It is solid. It will boil well. She places it in her basket. She picks another, and another 3 turnips. She looks at the onions. They are yellow and papery. She squeezes one. It makes a crinkling sound. Crackle, it is firm. She adds 2 onions to the basket. Now the transaction. She reaches into a small pouch tied to her belt. She pulls out 3 coins. They are asses made of copper. They are old coins. The face of the emperor stamped on them has been worn down by thousands of fingers until it is just a smooth, anonymous silhouette. She places the coins on the wooden table. Clink, clink, clink. The old man stops peeling his carrot. He reaches out a hand that shakes slightly. He sweeps the coins into his palm. He nods again. Elara turns away. No words were spoken. The exchange was pure and functional. She moves to the next stall. This one smells different. It smells sharp, salty, and fishy. It is the stall for garum, the fermented fish sauce that flavors every Roman meal. There are large clay amphorae standing in the mud. They are sealed with cork and wax. A smaller jar sits open on the table, a ladle resting inside. Elara needs garum. The jar at home is nearly empty. She holds out a small ceramic pot she brought with her. The vendor, a woman with flour on her apron, takes the ladle. She dips it into the thick amber liquid. A gloop. She pours the sauce into Elara's pot. The liquid is viscous. It flows slowly like honey. It fills the pot. The smell is intense, a concentrated essence of the ocean that seems out of place here in the grassy plains of Pannonia. Elara pays 2 more coins. She places the lid on her pot. She puts it carefully in the bottom of the basket, wedging it between the turnips so it will not tip over. The basket is heavier now. The weight drags on her arm. It is a good weight. It is the weight of dinner. It is the weight of survival. She walks past a stall selling fabric. She does not need fabric today, but she stops to look. It is a habit. There are bolts of wool stacked on a bench. Dyed red, dyed blue, and undyed gray. There is a piece of linen, expensive and white, imported from Egypt or Gaul. Elara reaches out and touches the gray wool. It is coarse. She rubs the fabric between her thumb and forefinger. She feels the weave. Over, under, over, under. She thinks about the sheep that grew this wool. She thinks about the carding, the spinning, the dyeing. She stands there for a long time just feeling the cloth. The vendor ignores her. Looking is free. Touching is free. A cart rolls past behind her. The wheels are wooden, rimmed with iron. They grind against the stones of the path. Rumble, crunch, rumble. The cart is piled high with hay. It smells sweet and dry, a sudden contrast to the fish sauce. Elara turns away from the fabric. She continues her circuit. She passes the butcher. A pig carcass hangs from a hook. It is pale and still. Flies buzz around it in slow, lazy circles. Bzzz, bzzz. The butcher is sharpening his knife on a whetstone. Shhhhk, shhhk. The sound is rhythmic, abrasive, and clean. She does not buy meat today. Meat is for feast days or for when Marcus receives his pay. Today is a turnip day. She walks towards the edge of the market. There is a well here. It is a communal gathering point. 3 women are standing by the well, their water jugs resting on the stone rim. They are talking. Their voices are low, a soft murmur that blends with the wind. Elara knows them. She waves. They wave back. She does not stop to talk. She is tired. The damp air has seeped into her bones. She wants to be back in the hut. She wants to sit by the brazier. She begins the walk home. The path seems longer on the return journey. The mud seems deeper. Squelch. Step. The basket bumps against her hip. Bump, bump. She looks at the sky. The clouds are moving. They are drifting from the west, slow gray ships sailing across an ocean of air. They are changing shape, morphing from anvils to feathers, but doing it so slowly that you cannot see the change happen. You look away, look back, and the cloud is different. She passes the potter's workshop again. The potter is at his wheel now. He is throwing a pot. She slows down to watch. The wheel spins. Whir. A lump of wet clay sits in the center. The potter's hands cup the clay. He presses in. The clay rises. It grows taller. It becomes a cylinder. He presses down. The cylinder widens. It becomes a bowl. It is magic, but it is boring magic. It is the magic of physics and mud. The potter cuts the bowl from the wheel with a piece of wire. Zip. He sets it aside on a board. He picks up another lump of clay. He throws it onto the wheel. Splat. The cycle repeats. Elara moves on. She turns down the alleyway that leads to her hut. The noise of the market fades away behind her. The silence of the residential quarter returns. A cat is sitting on a wall. It is an orange cat with a torn ear. It watches her pass. It blinks slowly, one eye, then the other. It yawns, revealing a pink tongue and white teeth. It stretches, arching its back, extending its claws into the wood of the fence. Then it settles back down, tucking its paws under its chest. Elara reaches her door. The wood is dark with damp. She lifts the latch, click. She pushes the door open. The air inside the hut is still. It holds the memory of the morning's warmth, though the fire is out. It smells of the stale smoke and the dried herbs. She steps inside. She closes the door. The latch falls into place. The world is shut out again. She walks to the table. She sets the basket down. Thump. She takes out the turnips. She lines them up on the table. 1, 2, 3. She takes out the onions. 1, 2. She takes out the pot of garum. She sits down on the stool. She keeps her cloak on for a moment. She is just sitting. She is transitioning from the role of shopper back to the role of waiter. She looks at her hands. They are red from the cold. She rubs them together, dry skin against dry skin. Swish, swish. She thinks about Marcus. He will be finished with the drill soon. He will be cleaning his armor. He will be tired. She thinks about the evening. She will boil the turnips. She will mash them. She will add a little garum. It will be a warm meal. But that is hours away. For now, there is nothing to do, and that is fine. She leans her head back against the wall. She closes her eyes. She listens to the house. The mouse is quiet. The wind is quiet. The fire is quiet. She breathes in. She breathes out. The lentils she sorted last night are still in the bowl. They are ready to be soaked. She opens her eyes. She reaches for the pitcher of water. She pours water over the lentils. Glug, glug, glug. The water covers the dry seeds. A few bubbles rise to the surface. Pop. She watches the bubbles. The soaking has begun. It is a process that takes hours. The lentils will drink the water. They will soften. They will expand. She does not need to help them. She just needs to let them be. She folds her hands in her lap. She stares at the bowl of water. Time passes. The light in the room shifts infinitesimally as the sun moves across the sky outside. A beam of light creeps across the floor, touching the leg of the table, then the basket, then the hem of her dress. It is the slow, silent sundial of the afternoon. The sun has passed its zenith. It has begun the long, slow descent towards the western horizon, though you cannot really tell by looking at the sky. The cloud cover over Pannonia remains a persistent, luminous gray sheet. The light is diffuse, casting no hard shadows, only a soft, pervasive glow that touches every stone and blade of grass equally. On the training field, the drill has finally ended. The whistle has blown for the last time. Peep, peep. Marcus stands by the wooden post. His chest is heaving. In, out, in, out. The wool of his tunic is dark with sweat. His shield arm feels numb, a dull, heavy weight hanging by his side. The wooden sword, which felt like a brick an hour ago, now feels like an anchor. Dismissed, the centurion says. He does not shout it. He says it with the tone of a man who is also ready to sit down. The formation breaks. The grid of 200 men dissolves into a shapeless crowd. There is a collective sound of exhaling, a grumbling sigh of relief that ripples through the ranks. They begin the walk back to the fortress. It is a slower walk than the march out. There is no cadence now. There is no left, right, left. There is just the trudging of tired legs. Scuff, scuff, drag. They walk back through the gate, back onto the paved streets. Marcus enters the barracks. The room is empty and cool. He walks to his bunk. He begins the process of dismantling himself. First the shield. He leans it against the wall, thump. It slides slightly, then settles. Then the helmet. He unbuckles the chin strap. His fingers are slippery with sweat. He pulls the strap free. He lifts the iron bowl off his head. The feeling of cool air hitting his wet hair is immediate and intense. It is the best feeling of the day. He runs his hand through his flattened hair. He rubs the back of his neck where the metal guard has been pressing for 4 hours. He takes off the larica segmentata. This takes time. He has to undo the buckles he fought with this morning. Click, pull, release. The leather straps are damp now. They resist. He shrugs the heavy iron plates off his shoulders. He lays the armor on the bed. He looks at it. It is just a pile of metal again. It looks like the shell of a giant, dead beetle. He takes off the tunic. He stands there for a moment in the cool air, letting his skin breathe. He reaches into his chest and pulls out a fresh tunic. It is dry. It is rough. He pulls it on. He grabs a small clay flask of oil and a curved metal tool called a strigil. He grabs a coarse linen towel. It is time for the thermi, the bathhouse. The bathhouse is the heart of the fort. It is the place where the legion washes away the mud of the frontier. It is a large stone building near the center of the camp. You can identify it by the plumes of steam rising from the roof vents and the smell of wood smoke from the furnace at the back. Marcus walks there. He joins a stream of other men, all carrying towels and oil flasks. They look like pilgrims. He enters the building. The air inside changes immediately. It is humid. It smells of olive oil, sweat, and wet stone. The noise is a chaotic echo. The walls are stone, the floor is tile, the ceiling is vaulted concrete. Every sound, every footstep, every cough, every splash bounces around the room, multiplying and softening into a continuous hollow roar. He enters the apoditerium, the changing room. There are rows of wooden cubbies along the walls. He finds an empty one. He puts his towel and his sandals inside. He strips off his tunic. The floor is warm. This is the miracle of Roman engineering. Under the floor there are pillars of brick. Between the pillars, hot air from a furnace circulates. The heat rises through the tiles, warming the feet of the soldiers. Marcus wiggles his toes on the warm tile. It feels unnatural, yet wonderful. He moves into the tepidarium, the warm room. This is the transition zone. The air here is balmy, like a summer evening. There is no water here, just benches along the walls. He finds a spot on a marble bench. The marble is warm. He sits. He leans his head back against the wall. He does nothing. He just sits there, letting his body adjust to the temperature. He watches the condensation drip down the walls. A droplet forms near the ceiling. It grows heavy. It slides down the plaster, leaving a dark trail. It merges with another droplet. They speed up. They hit the floor. Plip. Marcus closes his eyes. He listens to the echoes. He can hear voices, but he cannot make out the words. It is just a murmur. Wah wah wah. It is a comforting human noise. After 10 minutes, he opens his eyes. He is ready for the heat. He moves into the caldarium, the hot room. The heat here is physical. It hits him like a wall. The air is thick with steam. It is hard to see across the room. White clouds drift and swirl, obscuring the bodies of the other men. At one end of the room is a rectangular pool of hot water. At the other end is a round basin of cold water, the labrum, for splashing the face. The floor is very hot here. Marcus has to wear wooden clogs to protect his feet. Clack, clack, clack. He finds a space on the floor. It is time for the oil. He unstopper the clay flask. Pop. He pours the oil into his palm. It is green gold, thick, and smells of olives. He rubs his hands together. He begins to apply the oil to his arms. Long, slow strokes. He works it into the muscles. He presses his thumb into the sore spot on his shoulder. Rub, press, slide. The oil mixes with the sweat on his skin. It creates a barrier. It loosens the dirt. He oils his chest. He oils his legs. He takes his time. There is no rush in the bathhouse. The bathhouse is a place outside of time. Now the strigil. He picks up the curved metal tool. He presses the edge against his forearm. He pulls. Scrape. The tool collects the oil, the sweat, and the dirt in a gray sludge. He flicks it onto the floor. Splat. Scrape, flick, scrape, flick. This is the sound of Roman hygiene. It is a rhythmic, rasping sound. All around him, other men are doing the same thing. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It sounds like a hive of giant insects. He cleans his arms. He cleans his chest. He asks a man sitting next to him to do his back. The man nods. Marcus hands him the strigil. He leans forward. He feels the metal scraping down his spine. It feels good. It is a scratching of an itch he couldn't reach. Shoulder is tight, the man says. Drill, Marcus grunts. The post doesn't move. No, it doesn't. That is the extent of the conversation. The man finishes. He hands the tool back. Marcus nods his thanks. He stands up. He walks to the hot pool. He steps in. The water is scalding. He sinks down slowly. The water rises up his legs, his waist, his chest. He sits on the underwater step. The water comes up to his chin. He floats. The heat penetrates deep into his muscles. It dissolves the stiffness of the drill. It loosens the grip of the cold morning. He looks at the water surface. It is covered in a thin sheen of oil from 50 other bodies. It ripples gently. He stares at the ceiling. It is a vaulted dome, painted blue with small stars, though the paint is peeling from the humidity. He watches a flake of blue paint hanging by a thread. It sways in the rising steam. He stays in the water until his fingers are wrinkled, pruned. He climbs out. His body feels heavy like lead. He feels slow and clumsy. He moves to the final room, the frigidarium, the cold room. This is the shock. The air is cold. The pool in the center is unheated. He walks to the edge of the pool. He does not hesitate. To hesitate is to fail. He jumps in. A splash. The cold is a knife. It cuts through the lethargy. It slams his eyes open. He gasps, huh. He submerges his head. He stays under for 2 seconds. The world is muffled and blue. Then he bursts up. Water streams off his face. He climbs out immediately. He is shivering, but he feels alive. He feels clean. He walks back to the changing room. He grabs his coarse linen towel. He rubs himself dry vigorously. Rub, rub, rub. The friction warms his skin. He turns pink. He puts on his tunic. It feels dry and scratchy against his clean skin. He puts on his sandals. He collects his oil flask. He collects his towel. He walks out of the bathhouse. The air outside feels different now. The sun is lower. The light is amber. The day is ending. He feels a profound sense of emptiness. Not a bad emptiness, a clean emptiness. The day's work is done. The dirt is gone. The armor is gone. He is just a man in a tunic, walking on stone. His stomach rumbles, a low, growling sound. He is hungry. He thinks about the turnips. He thinks about the lentils. He begins to walk towards the gate, towards the Canabae, towards Elara. He walks past the bakery. He smells the bread again. It is the evening batch now. He walks past the stables. He hears the horses settling down. He walks through the gate. The guards nod. He nods. He steps onto the dirt road of the town. The mud is drying now. It is tacky. He walks down the alleyway. The cat is gone from the fence. He reaches the door of the hut. He pushes it open. The light inside is golden. Elara has lit the lamp. The brazier is glowing. A pot is simmering on the coals. Steam rises from it, smelling of onions and salted fish sauce. She looks up from the stool. She smiles. "You are clean," she says. "I am clean," he answers. He hangs his towel on a peg. He sits down on the stool. He leans forward towards the heat of the fire. He is home. The circle of the day is almost closed. The evening in the Canabae is defined not by the clock, but by the fire. Inside the small wattle and daub hut, the charcoal brazier is the center of the universe. It is a low, iron basket on 3 legs, filled with glowing embers that breathe with a soft, pulsing orange light. Above the coals, resting on a tripod, sits a clay pot. The pot is old. It is blackened by soot on the bottom, a record of 1,000 meals cooked over 1,000 fires. Inside, the dinner is transforming. It is a stew of lentils and turnips. The lentils, which Elara sorted so patiently the night before and which she soaked in the afternoon silence, have now broken down. They have lost their individual hardness. They have dissolved into a thick brown porridge. The turnips, chopped into rough cubes, are bobbing in the liquid like small white islands. The sound of the stew is a lullaby. Blop, bubble, hiss. A bubble rises slowly through the thick mixture. It struggles against the weight of the lentils. It reaches the surface. It bursts. Blop. A tiny puff of steam escapes, carrying the scent of earth and time into the room. Marcus sits on his stool, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. He watches the pot. He is not impatient. The hunger he felt on the walk home has settled into a quiet, anticipatory ache. He knows the food is coming. He knows it will be hot. That is enough. Elara stands by the table. She is cutting bread. The loaf is round and dense, a dark wheat bread with a thick crust. She holds the loaf against her chest and draws the knife towards her. Crunch, saw, rip. The knife cuts through the hard crust, revealing the soft, airy crumb inside. She cuts 2 thick slices. She places them on the table. She sweeps the crumbs into her hand and tosses them into the fire. FZZZT. The crumbs flare up for a microsecond, tiny sparks that vanish as quickly as they appear. She picks up a wooden ladle. She stirs the pot. The sound of the wood scraping against the clay is dull and comforting. Scrape, swirl, scrape. It is ready, she says. She ladles the stew into 2 wooden bowls. The steam rises in thick, white columns, obscuring her face for a moment. She hands a bowl to Marcus. He takes it with both hands. The wood is warm. The heat from the stew travels through the bowl and into his palms. It is a good heat. It warms the blood. He waits. You cannot eat immediately. It is too hot. This is the ritual of the first minute. You hold the bowl. You smell the steam. You blow gently on the surface. Woo, woo. The surface of the stew ripples. The steam scatters. Elara sits opposite him. She has her own bowl. She does the same. They sit in silence, blowing on their spoons, waiting for the physics of heat transfer to allow them to eat. Finally, Marcus dips his spoon. He takes a small amount. He puts it in his mouth. It is soft. It requires almost no chewing. It tastes of the lentils, earthy and rich. It tastes of the turnips, sweet and slightly sharp. It tastes of the garum, salty and savory. It is simple food. It is peasant food. But to a soldier who has spent the morning marching and the afternoon scrubbing his skin with iron, it is the best food in the empire. He eats slowly. Dip, blow, eat. He tears off a piece of bread. He uses it to wipe the edge of the bowl. The bread soaks up the gravy. He eats the bread. It adds a chewiness, a texture that the stew lacks. The room is very quiet. The only sounds are the scraping of spoons and the soft chewing. It is a companionable silence. They do not need to fill the air with words. They are sharing the act of survival. They are fueling their bodies for tomorrow. The light from the oil lamp flickers. The level of the oil is dropping minute by minute. The flame dances on the wick, casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. Marcus looks at his shadow. It is a large, dark shape that looms over him. When he lifts his spoon, the shadow lifts a giant spoon. When he chews, the shadow's jaw moves. He finishes his bowl. He uses the last piece of bread to clean it perfectly. He wipes the wood until there is no trace of the stew left, only a damp sheen. He sets the bowl down, thump. He leans back. He feels the heaviness in his stomach. The blood is moving away from his brain, away from his muscles, centering on digestion. His eyelids feel heavy again. "There is more," Elara says. "No," he says, "that was enough." "I will save it for morning," she says. She stands up. She collects the bowls. She pours a little water from the pitcher into them. She takes a rag and wipes them out. There is no sink, no running water here, just the rag and the jar. She dries them and stacks them back on the shelf. The meal is over. The evening stretches out before them. It is that time between dinner and sleep where the world seems to pause completely. Marcus watches the fire in the brazier. The coals are covered in a fine layer of white ash now. They are dying down. The intense heat is fading to a gentle warmth. He reaches out with a small iron poker and nudges a coal. It breaks apart, revealing a bright red center. A few sparks fly up the chimney. He thinks about the other men in his tent group, the contubernium. They are probably playing dice right now, gambling away their copper coins, shouting at the bones, drinking sour wine. He prefers this. He prefers the quiet hut. He prefers the smell of the drying herbs. He prefers the presence of Elara. She sits back down. She picks up a piece of mending. It is one of his tunics. It has a tear near the hem. She threads a bone needle with wool thread. She brings the fabric close to the lamp. Poke, pull. She stitches the tear closed. It is fine work. Her hands are steady. Marcus watches the needle flash in the light. In, out, in, out. He finds himself mesmerized by the motion. It is rhythmic, like the drill, but creative instead of destructive. She is fixing something. He spends his day preparing to break things. "The winter is coming," she says without looking up. "Yes," he replies. "The frost was on the grass this morning. We will need more wood." "I will speak to the woodcutter," Marcus says. "He owes me a favor." "Good." The conversation dies. It does not need to continue. The problem has been identified and a solution proposed. That is enough. Outside, the wind is picking up again. It howls softly around the eaves of the hut. It is a lonely sound. It reminds them that the walls are thin, that the heat is fleeting, that the empire is vast and cold. But inside, in the circle of the lamplight, they are insulated. Marcus shifts on his stool. The wood is hard. He thinks about moving to the bed, but he is not quite ready to lie down. He enjoys the verticality of sitting. He looks at his hands. They are clean from the bath, but the calluses are still there. Ridges of hard skin on his palms from the shovel, the sword, the spear. He rubs his thumb over a callus. It is numb. It feels like leather. He thinks about the years he has served. 10 years. He has 15 left before he can retire. 15 years of mornings, drills, patrols, and porridge. It seems like a long time, an eternity. But tonight it doesn't matter. Tonight he only has to get through the next hour. He looks at Elara. She bites the thread to cut it. Snap. She ties a knot. She smooths the fabric with her hand. The tear is gone, replaced by a neat line of stitches. She folds the tunic. She places it on the chest. "The oil is low," she says. She is right. The lamp is dimming. The flame is sputtering slightly. Phut, phut. "Shall we sleep?" Marcus asks. "Yes." She stands up and walks to the lamp. She leans over it. She blows. Pff. The flame vanishes. The room plunges into darkness. For a moment, Marcus is blind. Then the red glow of the brazier asserts itself. It is a faint, demon-eye red in the corner of the room. It casts no real light, just a suggestion of presence. He hears Elara moving in the dark, the sound of her sandals being kicked off. Thump, thump, the rustle of her dress. He stands up, he navigates to the bed. He knows the way by heart, 3 steps, turn, sit. He takes off his tunic, he folds it in the dark, he places it on the floor. He lies down. The straw mattress welcomes him. It has been fluffing itself up all day, waiting for his weight. He sinks into it. He pulls the blanket up. It is cold at first, but his body heat begins to warm it immediately. He feels Elara lie down beside him. The bed shifts. They lie on their backs. The silence is absolute now. The Canabae has gone to sleep. Even the dogs are quiet. Marcus stares up into the blackness. He feels the slow pulse of his own heart. Thump, 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 thump. He thinks about the turnip stew. He can still taste the sweetness of the turnips. He thinks about the bathhouse. He can still feel the ghost of the hot water on his skin. He thinks about the post on the training field. He wonders if the crow is sleeping on it. He closes his eyes. The day is done. The stone has been marched on. The wood has been struck. The bread has been eaten. There is nothing left to do but drift. The Roman Empire continues to exist outside the walls. The sentries are pacing. The emperor is signing scrolls in Rome. The river Danube is flowing to the Black Sea. But here in the dark there is no empire. There is only the breathing. In, out, in, out. The sleep comes slowly. It starts in the feet, a tingling numbness. It moves up the legs, it softens the hands, it relaxes the jaw. Marcus lets go. He falls away from the world. And the history of the night continues, written in the invisible ink of dreams and silence. The sleep that has settled over the hut of Marcus and Elara is deep and heavy. It is a sleep earned by physical labor, by the lifting of iron and the digging of earth. Inside the room, the breathing is steady. The charcoal in the brazier has finally turned to gray dust, losing its last ounce of heat. The cold of the night has reclaimed the corners of the room, creeping in from the walls, settling on the floorboards, waiting for the dawn. But while the humans sleep, the landscape continues its slow, geological work. We leave the hut now. We drift through the thatched roof, passing through the dry reeds out into the open air. We move away from the sleeping Canabae, away from the silent fortress walls. We move north, towards the sound that never stops. The river Danube. The river is the reason the fort is here. It is the border, the limes. To the south is Rome, to the north is the unknown. But tonight there is no politics in the water. There is only physics. The river is a massive, moving body of black glass. It is wide here, swollen by the autumn rains. It flows with a terrifying, silent power. It does not crash like the sea, it slides. It pushes. It carries millions of gallons of water towards the Black Sea, moving incessantly, relentlessly, without a single pause. If you were standing on the muddy bank, you would hear the sound. It is a low, friction-filled sound. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. It is the sound of water rubbing against the earth. Moored near the bank is a ship. It is a Liburna, a river patrol galley of the classis Pannonica, the Pannonian fleet. It is a long, sleek vessel made of oak and pine. Its sail is furled tight against the yardarm. Its oars are retracted. It is sleeping, tethered to the land by thick hemp ropes. But a ship is never truly still. The current catches the hull, the ship shifts, creak. The rope tightens, it stretches, the fibers groan under the tension. Groan, the ship drifts back, the rope goes slack, slap. The water hits the side of the hull. Creak, groan, slap, creak, groan, slap. This is the rhythm of the river watch. On the deck of the Liburna, a single figure is sitting. His name is Varro. He is a marine, a soldier of the fleet. He is not marching. He is not digging. He is waiting. He sits on a coil of rope near the stern. He is wrapped in a thick cloak made of felted wool, which is waterproof and heavy. The cloak is pulled up over his head, creating a small, private cave for his face. Varro is looking at the water. He has been looking at the water for 3 hours. He will look at it for 3 more. There is very little to see. The river is dark. The sky is dark. But Varro's eyes are adjusted to the gloom. He watches the surface of the water. He sees the eddies, the small swirls where the current hits a submerged rock. They look like black whirlpools, spinning silently and then vanishing. Spin, vanish. He watches a log floating by. It is a large branch, perhaps torn from a tree miles upstream in the German forests. It floats low in the water, barely visible. It moves at the exact speed of the current. It does not struggle. It surrenders to the flow. Varro watches it approach. He tracks it as it passes the boat. He turns his head slowly. He watches it disappear downstream into the darkness. He does not wonder where it came from. He does not care where it is going. It is just a log. Observing it passes 10 seconds of his shift. The air on the river is different than in the fort. It is wetter. It smells of mud, rotting leaves, and cold fish. It is a raw, organic smell. The mist here is thicker. It hovers a few inches above the water surface, a spectral white blanket that hides the far bank. Varro shifts his weight on the rope coil. The rope is hard. His legs are numb. He uncrosses his ankles and crosses them the other way. He listens to the ship. A wooden ship is a collection of trees that have been forced into a new shape. The wood remembers the forest. It expands in the damp. It contracts in the cold. It talks to itself. Somewhere below deck, a timber settles, thonk. The rudder post squeaks in its housing, squeak. Varro knows every sound this ship makes. If he heard a different sound, a footstep, a splash that was too sharp, he would be alert. But these are the lullabies of the fleet. They tell him that the ship is holding together. They tell him that the water is still on the outside. He reaches inside his cloak and pulls out a small piece of dried apple. He puts it in his mouth. He sucks on it. The sweetness is faint. The texture is leathery. It gives his jaw something to do. He looks up at the mast. It stands black against the gray sky. The rigging lines, the stays and shrouds are taut. The wind vibrates them slightly. If he listens very closely, he can hear them humming. A low harmonic vibration. HMMMMMM. This is the music of the Roman Navy. The wind in the ropes, the water on the hull. He thinks about the anchor. It is lying in the mud at the bottom of the river, a heavy iron hook biting into the clay. He visualizes it down there in the absolute dark, covered in silt, holding them in place against the relentless push of the water. The concept of holding still against a force that wants to move you is the story of his life. The river wants to push the boat. The anchor holds. The barbarians want to push the border. The legion holds. He is just part of the anchor. A duck flies out of the reeds nearby. It is startled by something, a fox perhaps, or just a bad dream. It flaps its wings rapidly. Flap, 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 flap. It skims the water, leaving a trail of ripples, and settles down 20 yards away. Silence returns. Varro blinks. His eyelids are heavy. The cold air stings his eyes, making them water. He wipes a tear away with a rough, wool-covered knuckle. He looks at the moon. The clouds have thinned enough for a pale, diffuse light to filter through. It paints a strip of silver on the black water. The silver strip dances. It breaks apart and comes back together as the waves roll. He decides to count the waves. 1 wave, silver, black, 2 waves, silver, black, 3 waves. It is a pointless task. The waves are infinite, but the counting is soothing. It imposes a grid of numbers on the chaos of the water. 4 waves, 5 waves. His breathing slows down to match the rhythm of the water. In, out. The boat rocks, sway, back. It is a cradle, a cold, damp cradle. Varro is not asleep, but he is in a trance. He is in the state of watchfulness, where the mind disconnects from the personality. He is no longer Varro, the son of a fisherman from Italy. He is simply a pair of eyes and ears attached to a spear. He feels the cold creeping through the soles of his boots. He wiggles his toes. He flexes his calves. He does not stand up. Standing up would expose him to the wind. He stays low, huddled in his felt cave. The river flows on. It carries silt. It carries leaves. It carries the reflection of the moon. Far downstream, past the bend in the river, the water will eventually widen. It will pass other forts. It will pass marshes. It will reach the delta. It will enter the sea. But here, at this moment, it is just water passing a boat. Slap Creek groan. Varro closes his eyes for a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. He opens them. Nothing has changed. The log is gone. The duck is quiet. The mist is still there. He is satisfied. Nothing changing is the goal. He adjusts the clasp of his cloak. The bronze fibula is cold against his neck. He pulls the wool tighter. He settles back into the coil of rope. He stares at the silver line on the water. He waits for the sun, but the sun is far away. There is only the river. The river does not care about the time. It does not care about the Roman Empire. It just flows. And Varro watches it flow. We leave the river behind now. We leave the cold, wet sound of the water slapping against the hull of the ship. We float back over the marshy ground, back towards the fortress, passing over the stone walls. We are heading for the center of the camp, to a place where the air is dry and smells of summer, even in the depths of autumn. We are entering the Horium, the granary. It is a massive building, perhaps the most important building in the entire fortress. It is built of heavy stone blocks, designed to keep out the rain, the thieves, and the fire. The floor is raised off the ground on small stone pillars, the suspensura, to allow air to circulate underneath, keeping the dampness of the earth away from the precious food. Inside, it is very dark. The only light comes from narrow slit windows high up near the roof, designed to let in air but keep out the sunlight and the birds. The moonlight filters through these slits in thin, dusty beams that slice through the darkness like geometric blades. The air here is thick. It is not humid like the bathhouse or the river. It is dry. It tickles the back of the throat. It smells of millions of kernels of emmer wheat, barley, and oats. It is a sweet, dusty, wholesome smell. It is the smell of harvest trapped in stone. A man is standing in the central aisle. His name is Cassius. He is a librarius, a clerk of the legion. He is not a warrior in the traditional sense. His weapon is a stylus. His shield is a wax tablet. Cassius is tired. His eyes feel gritty from the dust, but the inventory must be done. The dampness of the season means the grain must be checked for rot. He holds a lamp in his left hand. The flame is small, shielded by his body. It casts a warm, yellow circle of light on the floor. He holds a wooden tablet in his right hand. The tablet is filled with black wax. He holds a bronze stylus, sharp at one end, flat at the other. He stands before a mountain of sacks. They are stacked 10 high, reaching up into the shadows of the rafters. They are made of coarse burlap, stamped with the seal of the Legio II. Cassius lifts the lamp. He inspects the stack. 1 sack, 2 sack, 3 sacks. He counts silently. He does not need to speak. The numbers are a hum in his head. 4, 5, 6. He looks at the bottom sack. It is bulging under the weight of the 9 sacks above it. The burlap is stretched tight. He can see the outline of the individual grains pressing against the fabric. He reaches out and touches it. The fabric is rough. It is dry. That is good. Dry is good. He brings the stylus to the tablet. He presses the sharp point into the wax. A scratch. He carves a Roman numeral, V. He moves to the next stack. A scratch. The sound of the stylus on the wax is the loudest thing in the building. It is a tiny, focused sound of bureaucracy. Cassius steps sideways. His sandals shuffle on the stone floor. The floor is covered in a fine layer of chaff and dust. It acts like a muffler. Chuff. Chuff. He lifts the lamp again. The shadows of the sacks jump and stretch against the wall. They look like boulders. They look like sleeping bears. He counts 1, 2, 3. There is a movement in the corner. A small gray shadow darts between the pallets. Cassius does not flinch. He knows what it is. It is the Horium cat. Every granary has cats. They are on the payroll, so to speak. They are the guardians of the grain, the hunters of mice. This cat is named Felix, though Cassius rarely calls him that. He is a large, striped tabby with yellow eyes. Felix stops in the middle of the aisle. He looks at Cassius. He blinks slowly. He is not afraid of the lamp. He sits down. He lifts a paw and begins to lick it. Lick, lick, lick. It is a methodical cleaning. The cat is bored too. There are no mice tonight. The mice are smart. They know Felix is awake. Cassius watches the cat for a moment. He feels a strange kinship with the animal. They are both awake when they should be asleep, guarding a pile of seeds. He turns back to the sacks. 7, 8, 9. A scratch. He marks an X on the wax. The dust motes dance in the light of the lamp. They swirl in slow convection currents, up and down, round and round. Cassius breathes them in. He coughs a dry, dusty cough. Cuh-cuh. The sound echoes in the vast hall. Cuh-cuh-cuh. He waits for the echo to die. Silence returns. He walks to the next bay. This section holds the barley. The smell is slightly different, nuttier, sharper. He checks a sack that looks loose. He presses his thumb into the side. The grain gives way with a soft crunch sound like walking on snow. It holds the impression of his thumb for a second. Then the grains shift and slide back, erasing the mark. Rustle shhh. It is the sound of gravity acting on thousands of tiny particles. It is the sound of sand in an hourglass. Cassius thinks about the journey this grain has taken. It grew in the fields to the south under the hot sun. It was cut by scythes. It was threshed. It was winnowed. It was bagged. It was loaded onto a cart. It was driven here. And now it sits in the dark, waiting to be boiled into porridge. It is a long journey to end up as breakfast. He marks the tablet, scritch. He feels a draft. One of the shutters high up must be loose. A thin stream of cold night air is descending from the roof. It cuts through the dry warmth of the grain. It touches the back of Cassius's neck. He shivers. He pulls his tunic closer. He decides to check the lentils. They are stored in barrels, not sacks. He walks to the back of the hall. The barrels are lined up like soldiers. They are made of oak, bound with iron hoops. He taps the side of a barrel with his stylus. Thunk. It is a solid, dull sound, full. He taps the next one. Thunk. Full. He taps the third. Tonk. Slightly higher pitch, not quite full, he makes a note. Scritch, scratch. He rests the tablet on the top of a barrel. He rubs his eyes. He is almost done with this aisle. Just 20 more barrels to check. He looks at the wax surface of his tablet. It is a mess of scratches and gouges. Tomorrow, he will take the flat end of the stylus and smooth it all out. He will erase the night's work. The wax will be black and smooth again, ready for the next count. It is a cycle of writing and erasing. Nothing is permanent. Only the grain remains. Felix the cat has followed him. The cat weaves between his legs, rubbing its flank against Cassius's shin. Purr. The vibration of the purr travels through Cassius's leg. It is a comforting, engine-like sound. Cassius reaches down and scratches the cat behind the ears. Good hunter, he whispers. The cat pushes its head into his hand. Its fur is soft, warm, and dusty. Cassius stands up. He picks up the tablet. Thunk, tonk, thunk. He continues the rhythm. Tap, listen, mark. The lamp oil is getting low. The flame is shrinking. The shadows are getting longer, reaching out from the corners to swallow the light. Cassius does not hurry. If the lamp goes out, he knows the way to the door. He has walked this floor 1,000 times. He could navigate the Horium blindfolded. He knows where every pillar is. He knows which floor stone is slightly uneven. He finishes the row of barrels. He draws a line at the bottom of the wax. Scrape. Done. He turns around. He looks back down the long, dark tunnel of the building. The sacks of wheat loom on either side, silent witnesses. He begins the walk back to the entrance. His footsteps are slow. Step, shuffle. He passes the wheat. He passes the barley. He reaches the heavy wooden door. It is studded with iron nails. He pushes against it. It is heavy. It resists. He leans his shoulder into it. Creak. The door opens. The night air rushes in. It is clean and cold. It smells of the river and the smoke, flushing out the smell of the dry grain. Cassius steps out. He closes the door. He slides the heavy iron bolt into place. Clang, slide, thud. The grain is safe. The cat is inside. The mice are warned. Cassius stands on the loading dock for a moment. He takes a deep breath. He exhales. He looks at the tablet in his hand. He tucks it into his belt. He begins to walk towards the barracks. He needs sleep. He needs to lie down. Behind him, the granary stands silent and massive against the night sky. A stone box full of life, waiting for the morning hunger. And inside, in the dark, a single grain of wheat shifts, tick, and then silence. The night air within the fortress walls is not uniform. Near the barracks, it smells of wool and men. Near the granary, it smells of dust and dry wheat. But there is a place where the air changes completely, becoming sharp, clean, and tinged with the scent of green things. We are drifting towards the valetudinarium, the hospital. It is a large, square building, constructed with a specific quietness in mind. It is designed around a central courtyard, a peristyle garden where the noise of the camp is blocked out by thick stone walls. Here, the Empire stops shouting and starts whispering. The center of the hospital is open to the sky. In the moonlight, the medicinal garden is a collection of silver and black shapes. This is where the pharmacy grows. There are rows of sage bushes, their leaves fuzzy and gray. There are patches of rosemary, standing stiff and upright like miniature pine trees. There is yarrow, fennel, and rue. The plants are sleeping. They are not photosynthesizing. They are respiring, breathing out a faint, clean perfume that hangs low over the damp earth. Inside the covered walkway that surrounds the garden, a man sits at a small wooden table. His name is Lucius. He is a capsarius, a medical orderly. He wears a tunic that is cleaner than the soldiers. It is bleached white, a symbol of hygiene in a world of mud. Lucius is working. He is making a poultice. On the table in front of him sits a mortar made of heavy, polished stone. In his hand, he holds a pestle. He reaches into a jar and pinches a cluster of dried sage leaves. They are brittle. They crumble between his fingers with a dry, whispering sound. Crinkle, snap. He drops them into the mortar. He adds a pinch of salt, tink. He begins to grind. Grind, twist, grind, twist. The sound of stone on stone is gritty at first, then becomes smoother as the leaves turn to powder. Lucius moves his wrist in a perfect circle. He does not rush. The medicine requires patience. If he grinds too fast, the heat will spoil the oils. He must keep it cool. Round and round and round. The smell rises from the bowl. It is a pungent, savory smell. It clears the head. It is the smell of a kitchen, but sharper. Lucius stops. He looks at the powder. It is fine enough. He reaches for a jar of honey. The honey is thick and dark, collected from hives near the forest edge. He dips a wooden spoon into the jar. He pulls it up. A long, golden thread of honey trails from the spoon, folding over itself as it falls into the mortar. Drizzle, coil, settle. He mixes the powder and the honey. The sound changes now. It is no longer a grinding sound. It is a sticky, squelching sound. Slap, stir, slap, stir. The mixture becomes a thick, dark paste. This is the work of the night shift, preparing the remedies for the morning sick call. There will be blisters to treat. There will be coughs. There will be sore backs. The legions march on their feet, but they survive on these pastes. Lucius sets the pestle down. He scrapes the paste into a small ceramic pot. He covers it with a piece of waxed linen and ties it with a string. He stands up. His knees pop softly. He walks down the corridor. The hospital is divided into small rooms, each containing a few beds. Most of the rooms are dark and silent. He passes a room where 3 men are sleeping. They are not wounded in battle. They have the camp fever. They are resting. Lucius stops at the doorway. He listens. The breathing of the men is heavy and congested, but regular. H-H-H-H-U. H-H-H-H-U. One of the men shifts in his sleep. The wooden frame of the bed creaks. Creak. The man mutters a name, perhaps a wife back in Italy, perhaps a dog. Then he sighs and sinks back into the pillow. Lucius steps into the room. He moves like a ghost. His sandals are soft-soled, making no noise on the tiled floor. He approaches the bed nearest the door. There is a pitcher of water on a small stand. He checks the level. It is half full. He nods. He looks at the blanket covering the man. It has slipped off his shoulder. Lucius reaches out. With infinite gentleness, he pulls the wool blanket up. He tucks it around the soldier's shoulder. The soldier does not wake. He simply burrows deeper into the warmth. Lucius leaves the room. He walks further down the corridor to the linen room. This is the quietest room of all. It is filled with shelves stacked high with bandages and sheets. The smell here is of clean fabric and lavender. The lavender is dried and placed between the sheets to keep away the moths. It is a dry, floral scent that feels like sleep itself. Lucius picks up a basket of freshly washed bandages. They are strips of linen, boiled in water and dried in the sun. They are stiff and rough. They need to be softened and rolled. He sits on a stool. He takes a strip of linen. He anchors one end against his thigh. He begins to roll it up. Roll, tuck, roll, tuck. His fingers work automatically. He creates a tight, perfect cylinder of white cloth. It is a small scroll of healing. He stacks the rolled bandage in a clean basket. He picks up another. Roll, tuck, roll, tuck. He looks out into the courtyard garden. The moon has moved. It is now shining on the fountain in the center. The fountain is small. A stone lion's head spits a thin stream of water into a basin. Splash, splash, splash. The water sound is continuous. It washes over the silence, smoothing out the edges of the night. Lucius watches the water. He thinks about the aqueduct that brings this water from the hills 10 miles away. He thinks about the dark tunnel the water travels through, flowing underground, just to arrive here at this lion's mouth to cool the air of the hospital. It is a long journey for the water. He finishes rolling the bandage. He places it in the basket. He stands up and walks to the open side of the corridor. He leans against a stone pillar. The stone is cold against his arm. He breathes in the night air. It is the coldest part of the night now, the dead of night, the time when the body's temperature is lowest, the time when the world is most still. A moth flutters out of the darkness. It is white, attracted by the faint light of Lucius's lamp back at the table. It flies erratically. Up, down, spiral. It bumps softly against the stone pillar. Tap. It lands on the wall. It folds its wings. It becomes a small gray triangle on the stone. Lucius watches the moth. He does not shoo it away. In the hospital, all life is respected, even the moth. He feels a yawn coming. It starts deep in his chest, expanding his ribs. He opens his mouth and lets it out. It is a silent yawn. His eyes water. He rubs his face. He thinks about his own bed in the orderly's quarters. He will sleep when the sun comes up. He will sleep while the rest of the camp is marching. It is a reversed life. But for now, he is the guardian of the quiet. He walks back to his table. He checks the oil lamp. It is burning low. He picks up a small jug of olive oil. He pours a thin stream into the lamp's reservoir. Glug, glug. The flame drinks the fresh oil. It brightens, pushing the shadows back a few inches. Lucius sits down again. He sees a small tear in his tunic near the knee. He picks at a loose thread. He wraps the thread around his finger. He looks at the rows of jars on the shelf above his table. They are labeled in black ink. Papaver, salix, allium, poppy, willow, garlic. They are just plants, roots, leaves, seeds, But in this room they are power. They are the power to stop pain. They are the power to bring sleep. He picks up a jar of dried chamomile flowers. He opens the lid. The scent drifts out, sweet, apple-like, dusty. He takes a deep breath. He holds the scent in his lungs. He puts the lid back on. Click. He rests his chin in his hand. He listens to the fountain. Splash, splash, splash. He listens to the breathing of the sleeping soldiers down the hall. Che-che-che-che-chu. Everything is stable. Everything is holding. The hospital is a ship sailing through the night, carrying its cargo of resting bodies. And Lucius is at the helm, armed with nothing but a pestle and a roll of linen. The peace here is thick. It is heavy. It settles on the shoulders like a warm cloak. Lucius closes his eyes for a moment, just to listen better. The world narrows down to the sound of the water and the smell of the sage. There is no war here. There is no marching here. There is only the slow, patient work of knitting the body back together. And the night waits. We leave the clean, lavender-scented air of the hospital now. We leave the orderly Lucius leaning against his pillar, watching the moth. We move deeper into the fortress and deeper down. We are going beneath the surface level of the camp to a place where the sun never shines, but where it is always summer. We are entering the Prefernium, the furnace room. It is located at the back of the bathhouse, down a short flight of stone steps that are worn concave in the center. The air here is not just warm, it is dry and intense. It smells of oak wood, charcoal, and the mineral scent of hot bricks. It is a womb of heat in the middle of the cold night. The room is small and dominated by the mouth of the furnace. It is an arched opening in the brick wall, glowing with a deep, pulsating orange light. This is the heart of the hypocaust system. Behind this wall, the heat flows into a labyrinth of hollow spaces under the floors of the bathhouse, warming the tiles where the soldiers walked hours ago. A man is sitting on a low wooden bench near the wall. His name is Drusus. He is the fornicator, the stoker of the fire. He is a man of few words and slow movements. His skin is stained with the permanent gray of ash and the black of soot. In the dim light, he looks like a statue carved from volcanic rock. Drusus is not sleeping. He cannot sleep, not really. If the fire goes out, the baths go cold. If the baths go cold, the centurions get angry. And so, Drusus maintains the vigil of the heat. He stares into the mouth of the furnace. The fire is not roaring. It is banking. It is a bed of thick, glowing coals that shift and settle with a soft chink sound every few minutes. Chink hiss. Drusus listens to the fire. He knows its language. A sharp crack means a pocket of sap in the wood. A low rumble means the draft is pulling strong from the chimney. A silence means it needs food. He stands up. His movements are heavy and deliberate. He wears thick leather sandals to protect his feet from the hot floor. He walks to the woodpile stacked against the far wall. The wood is oak. It has been seasoned for a year. It is hard, dense, and gray on the outside. Drusus bends down. He selects a log. He tests the weight of it in his hands. It is heavy. Good. Heavy wood burns slow. Heavy wood lasts through the watch. He runs his hand over the bark. It is rough. He feels the ridges and the valleys of the wood grain. He brushes off a piece of dried moss. It floats to the floor. He walks back to the furnace. He picks up a long iron tool hooked at the end. He reaches into the fire. Scrape. He pushes the existing coals to the back. He creates a hollow space in the center of the heat. He swings the log. It leaves his hands and lands in the center of the fire with a solid thump. Sparks fly up. They are orange fireflies that dance for a second and then turn to gray ash, sucked up into the flue by the draft. Drusus watches the log. For a moment, nothing happens. The wood sits there, cold and gray in the sea of red. Then the edges begin to blacken. Smoke curls up. And then a small blue flame licks the bottom of the bark. The log has been accepted. Drusus nods. He puts the iron tool down, clang. He goes back to his bench. He sits. He picks up a rag and wipes his face. The sweat is constant here. It is not an uncomfortable sweat. It is a cleansing one. He drinks from a clay jug of water. The water is tepid, but it feels cool against his heated throat. He leans his head back against the stone wall. The wall is warm. Everything here is warm. He closes his eyes and visualizes the heat. He imagines it flowing out of the furnace, turning into hot air. He imagines it traveling under the raised floor of the caldarium, the hot room above him. He imagines it moving around the pilly stacks, the columns of tiles that hold the floor up. He imagines the heat rising through the hollow box tiles in the walls. He imagines the entire building breathing warmth. Above him, the bathhouse is empty. The water in the pools is still. The steam has settled, but the floor is warm. If a mouse were to scurry across the tiles upstairs right now, it would feel the warmth of Drusus's fire on its paws. Drusus opens his eyes. He looks at the ceiling of the furnace room. It is arched, made of brick and blackened by years of smoke. In the corner, where the heat is less intense, a spider has spun a web. It is a dusty, chaotic web. The spider is nowhere to be seen. Drusus watches a single strand of the web gently swaying in the thermal currents. Sway left, sway right. It is a hypnotic metronome. Drusus reaches into a small pouch at his belt. He pulls out a handful of pine nuts. He cracks one between his teeth. Crack. He spits the shell onto the floor. He chews the nut. It is oily and sweet. He eats another. Crack. This is his banquet. Pine nuts and water, eaten in the glow of a fire that heats an empire. He thinks about the forest where the wood came from. He remembers the smell of pine needles and damp earth. He hasn't been to the forest in months. His world is stone and brick, but the wood brings the memory of the forest to him. As the log burns, it releases the sunlight it stored 50 years ago. Drusus is watching old sunlight. The fire settles again. The log breaks open. Pop. Drusus does not move. He does not need to. The log will burn for an hour. He looks at his shovel. It is leaning against the wall. The blade is worn shiny. The handle is polished smooth by his grip. It is a good tool. It balances well. He thinks about the ash. In the morning before the soldiers come, he will have to rake out the ash. He will shovel it into buckets. He will carry it out. The ash is gray and soft as flour. It gets everywhere. But that is a problem for the morning. Right now, there is only the burning. A drop of water falls from a pipe running along the ceiling. It lands on the hot brick of the furnace exterior. Hiss. It evaporates instantly, a tiny puff of steam. Drusus watches the spot where the drop fell. It is gone. He shifts his position on the bench. The wood creaks. He stretches his legs out. The leather of his sandals is hot. He is alone, but he is not lonely. The fire is a companion. It moves. It eats. It breathes. It has a temperament. Tonight the fire is calm. Some nights when the wind blows down the chimney, the fire is angry. It spits smoke into the room. It fights the draft. But tonight the air is still. The draft is perfect. The smoke rises straight up, a gray column vanishing into the dark throat of the chimney. Drusus begins to hum. It is a low, tuneless sound, a vibration in his chest. It harmonizes with the rumble of the furnace. It is a song for the bricks. He looks at his hands. They are large, capable hands. The fingernails are short. The knuckles are scarred from minor burns, old memories of getting too close to the flames. He rubs his palms together. The sound is like dry parchment rubbing together. Swish, swish. He thinks about the morning shift. Another man will come. Drusus will go to his pallet in the slave quarters. He will sleep while the sun is up. But that is hours away. For now, he watches the blue flame dancing on the oak log. It flickers and jumps, detaching itself from the wood, hovering for a second, then reattaching. He wonders if the log feels anything. He decides it does not. The log is fulfilling its destiny. It grew to burn. The heat makes his eyelids heavy. It is a soporific heat, heavy and thick. He fights the urge to close his eyes fully. He must stay awake, just enough. He counts the bricks in the archway of the furnace. 1, 2, 3, 4. The mortar between them is crumbling slightly. He will need to mix some clay and patch it soon. 5, 6, 7. He loses count. He starts again. 1, 2. The room is silent except for the fire. No voices, no footsteps, no wind, just the thermal molecular activity of combustion. Drusus is the keeper of the temperature. He is the guardian of the comfort. He takes another drink of water. He puts the jug down. He stares into the orange eye of the furnace. The orange fills his vision. It washes out the gray of the walls. It is a warm, glowing tunnel. He breathes in the wood smoke. It is a smell that says safety. It is a smell that says home, even here underground. The night moves on, one log at a time. We leave the heat of the furnace room now. We leave Drusus and his fire, ascending the worn stone steps back to the surface level. The air hits us immediately, cool, crisp, and still carrying the lingering dampness of the fog. We move away from the bathhouse, towards the very center of the fortress. We are approaching the Principia, the headquarters. It is the brain of the legion. While the barracks are the muscle and the granary is the stomach, this building is the mind. It is a large, imposing structure with a colonnaded courtyard. At night, the courtyard is empty. The columns stand like white ghosts in the moonlight, casting long, parallel shadows across the flagstones. We move through the courtyard to a room at the back. The door is heavy oak, reinforced with bronze. It is unlocked, for the work of the empire never truly sleeps. This is the tabularium, the record office. The air inside smells of dry things. It smells of papyrus, old leather, beeswax, and the sharp, metallic tang of iron gall ink. It is a library of bureaucracy. On the walls, wooden shelves are filled with hundreds of scrolls. Some are white and new, others are yellow and brittle with age. They are tucked into pigeonholes, looking like a honeycomb made of paper. A single man is awake here. His name is Alias. He is a cornicularius, a senior clerk. He is not a young man. His back is slightly bent from years of hunching over tables. His fingers are stained permanently black at the tips, the mark of his trade. Alias sits at a high wooden desk. An oil lamp sits to his left, casting a steady, bright light on the surface of the wood. The desk is cluttered, but in an organized way. There are stacks of wax tablets. There are bundles of reed pens. There are small pots of ink. Alias is writing. He is copying a roster. It is a list of men who are due for new boots. It is not a heroic document. It is a list of names and sizes. He holds a calamus, a reed pen. It is a simple tool, a piece of river reed cut to a sharp point and split down the middle to hold the ink. He dips the pen into the ink pot. Dip. He taps the excess ink against the rim of the pot. Tap, tap. He brings the pen to the papyrus. Scritch. The sound of a reed pen on papyrus is unique. It is scratchy, textured, and rhythmic. It is the sound of friction creating order. Alias writes the name Valerius. He starts with the VA sharp downstroke, a sharp upstroke. The ink flows dark and wet. He writes the A, the crossbar is thin. He writes the L, a vertical line, a horizontal line. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. He pauses. The ink on the pen is running low. The lines are getting fainter. He dips again. Dip, tap. He finishes the name, Valerius. He writes the size, XI. He moves to the next line. The room is incredibly silent. The stone walls are thick enough to block out even the wind. The only sound is the pen and the occasional rustle of Alias's sleeve against the desk. Rustle, scritch. Alias stops. He squints at the list he is copying from. The writing on the source document is messy. Someone else wrote it in a hurry. He sighs, a soft, weary exhalation through his nose. He picks up a small knife. The tip of his reed pen has gone soft. It is losing its edge. It needs maintenance. He holds the pen up to the light. He takes the knife. A slice. He shaves a tiny sliver of reed from the tip. The sound is a crisp snick. He turns the pen. Slice. He cuts a new nib. It is sharp again. Precision restored. He puts the knife down. He dips the pen. He continues. Severus, size X. Alias does not think about Severus. He does not know if Severus is a good soldier or a bad one. To Alias, Severus is just a collection of letters that must be spelled correctly. He works his way down the scroll. The list is long. The empire has many feet and they all need leather. To his right, there is a small bowl filled with fine sand. This is for drying the ink. Alias finishes a section. The ink is glistening, wet, and black. If he rolls the scroll now, it will smudge. He pinches a bit of sand between his thumb and forefinger. He sprinkles it over the wet ink. As they change. The sand hits the paper like quiet rain. It sticks to the wet ink. It absorbs the moisture. He waits. This waiting is part of the rhythm. Write, sand, wait. He looks around the room while he waits. He looks at the shelves. He knows what is in them. Top shelf, morning reports from last year. Middle shelf, grain requisition forms. Bottom shelf, disciplinary records. It is a wall of boring facts, a monument to the mundane. Alias blows on the scroll. Woo! The loose sand flies off, skittering across the desk. The ink remains dry and matte. The letters are set. He brushes the remaining sand away with a hare's foot that he keeps on the desk for this exact purpose. The fur is soft. Brush, brush. He rolls the scroll up a few inches to hide the finished work and reveal fresh, blank papyrus. Crinkle, roll. The papyrus resists slightly. It wants to curl back up. He places a bronze weight on the top edge to hold it flat. Clunk. He dips the pen again. The routine continues. Through an open archway behind him, the tabularium connects to the Eads, the shrine of the standards. This is the sacred heart of the fort. It is a small, chapel-like room. It is dark, lit only by a single hanging lamp that is never allowed to go out. Inside the Eads, the standards of the Legion stand in a row. These are the tall poles topped with silver and gold icons. The eagle, the hand, the wolf. They lean against a rack gleaming softly in the eternal flame. They are motionless. They are heavy metal objects that men die for, but tonight they are just resting. Alias glances back at the standards. He sees the glint of the silver eagle. It watches him back. He is not intimidated. He has worked next to the eagle for 20 years. To him, it is just another piece of equipment that needs to be listed on an inventory. He turns back to his boots list. Titus, size XII. A spider crawls across the corner of his desk. It is a different spider from the one in the furnace room. This one is small and black. It navigates the treacherous landscape of the wax tablets. Alias watches it. He lifts his pen to let it pass. The spider hurries off the edge of the desk and disappears into the shadows. Alias dips the pen. The oil in his lamp sizzles. A tiny impurity in the oil. Hiss pop. The light flickers for a fraction of a second, then steadies. Alias rubs his eyes. He takes off his spectacles, rough lenses of ground beryl set in wire frames, and wipes them on his tunic. The world blurs into soft shapes. The shelves become a brown smudge. The lamp becomes a yellow blob. He puts the glasses back on. The world snaps back into focus, sharp, distinct, textual. He is thirsty. There is a cup of water on the shelf. He reaches for it. He drinks. The water is stale. It has been sitting there for hours. It tastes of the room dusty and dry, but it wets his tongue. He puts the cup down. He looks at the window slit. The sky outside is still dark, but the quality of the darkness is changing. It is becoming thinner. The weight of the night is lifting ounce by ounce. He has perhaps another hour before the trumpet blows, before the officers come in with their demands and their shouting. For now, it is just him and the letters. He enjoys the solitude. He enjoys the scratch of the pen. There is a satisfaction in making a perfect S, a smooth serpentine curve. He writes another S, spurious. He pauses to admire it. It is a good S. He sprinkles the sand. SHHHSHHH. He leans back in his chair. The wood groans. He stretches his arms. His spine cracks. He listens to the silence of the Principia. It is a heavy silence, built of stone and authority. Somewhere deep in the building, a door closes. A guard on patrol, perhaps. The sound is muffled, distant, thud. Then silence returns. Alias picks up the pen. The list is not finished. The list is never finished. As long as there is an empire, there will be lists. And so he writes. Scritch, scratch, dip, scritch, scratch. The ink dries, the dust settles, the eagle sleeps. The night in the fortress is a tapestry woven from many different silences. There is the warm, straw-filled silence of the stable. There is the hot, crackling silence of the furnace. There is the dry, dusty silence of the granary. But there is one place where the silence is wet, continuous, and moving. We leave the Principia, where Aelius is still scratching his reed pen against the papyrus. We float out of the heavy oak doors, back into the cool night air. We move towards the high northern wall of the camp. Here, the ground rises slightly. Here, the empire connects to the hills. We are approaching the Casellum Equi, the water castle. It is not a castle for soldiers. It is a castle for water. It is a high stone tower built against the ramparts, the terminus of the aqueduct that snakes its way down from the distant springs. For 10 miles, the water has been traveling. It has flowed through underground tunnels, across small arched bridges, and through lead pipes. It has traveled in darkness, pulled by gravity, never stopping, never slowing. Now it arrives here. Inside the tower, the sound is a constant, low-frequency rush. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. It is the sound of nature contained by geometry. The water enters a large settling tank at the top of the tower. The tank is lined with opus signinum, a waterproof cement made of crushed tiles and lime. It is pinkish red and smooth as glass. The water pours in from the channel. It is cold. It is clear. It carries the chill of the mountain earth. It swirls into the tank, slowing down as the space widens. A man is standing on the walkway above the tank. His name is Festus. He is an Aquarius, a waterman. He wears a tunic of thick wool, dyed a dark, practical blue. He holds a long pole with a net on the end. Festus is the gatekeeper of the flow. He looks down into the black water. He holds a lantern, but he keeps the shutter half closed to protect his night vision. The light gleams on the surface of the churning water, creating dancing lines of gold on the black liquid. He is looking for debris. The aqueduct is covered, but nature finds a way, a leaf, a twig, a drowned beetle. These things must be removed before they enter the pipes. If a pipe clogs, the bathhouse goes dry. If the bathhouse goes dry, the legion is unhappy. Festus sees a shape. It is a brown oak leaf, curling at the edges, spinning slowly in an eddy near the corner of the tank. Spin, spin, spin. It is moving lazily. It is in no rush to leave. Festus lowers the pole. He moves slowly. He does not want to disturb the sediment at the bottom of the tank. The mud must settle. That is the point of the tank. The net dips into the water. Plip, hardly a sound. He guides the net under the leaf. He lifts. The water drains through the mesh. Drip, drip, drip. The leaf remains, plastered wetly against the twine. Festus pulls the pole up. He picks the leaf out of the net with his fingers. It is cold and slimy. He flicks it onto a pile of other leaves in the corner. Sblad. He lowers the pole again. He waits. He listens to the water. He knows the sound of a full tank. It has a deep, resonant pitch. If the pitch rises, the water level is dropping. If it drops, there is a leak somewhere upstream. Tonight, the pitch is perfect. A solid, heavy B-flat. Below the settling tank, the water is divided. There are 3 large lead pipes, fistulae, embedded in the wall of the tower. They look like gray snakes. One pipe goes to the bathhouse. One pipe goes to the fountains and the latrines. One pipe goes to the private quarters of the commander. The water enters the pipes with a suction sound. Gurgle, whoosh. Festus walks down the spiral staircase that wraps around the tank. His sandals slap softly on the stone steps. Slap, slap, slap. The air gets damper as he descends. The walls are sweating. Beads of moisture cling to the stone, gathering together, running down in tiny rivulets. He reaches the level of the pipes. He places his hand on the lead pipe that leads to the baths. It is vibrating, a subtle, high-speed trembling caused by the pressure of the water rushing inside. He can feel the energy of the flow through the metal. It is cool to the touch. He checks the joints. The pipes are soldered together with molten lead. He runs his thumb over a seam. It is smooth. No drips, no leaks. He moves to the next pipe, the one for the fountains. He places his ear against it. He can hear the water singing. It is a rushing, whispering song. Hiss. It is the sound of thousands of gallons moving through a space the size of a man's arm. Festus nods. He is satisfied. He sits down on a wooden crate stored under the stairs. It is his break time. He takes a small flask from his belt. It contains pasca, water mixed with vinegar and herbs. It is sour and refreshing. He takes a sip. He swallows. He looks at the moss growing in the corner where the floor meets the wall. It is a thick, velvet cushion of green. In the damp dark of the water tower, the moss thrives. It does not need the sun. It only needs the wet. Festus reaches out and touches the moss. It is soft and spongy. He presses his finger into it. It springs back when he lets go. He thinks about the spring where this water started. He has been there once years ago. It is a quiet place in a grove of oak trees where the water bubbles up from the white limestone. It is peaceful there. He thinks about where the water ends, the latrines, the sewers, the river. He is the middleman. He stands between the purity of the spring and the filth of the drain. He closes his eyes. The sound of the water fills his head. It washes away his thoughts. It is white noise, perfect and unrelenting. As they change. Outside the tower, the water continues its journey. It travels through the pipes under the Via Principalis. It travels under the feet of the sleeping soldiers. Let us follow the pipe. We move through the lead tunnel. We are carried by the current. It is dark and fast. We rush past the barracks. We rush past the hospital. We arrive at a street corner fountain. It is a simple stone basin. A spout protrudes from a stone mask, a grotesque face with puffed cheeks. The water flows out of the mouth. A splash. It falls into the basin. The basin is full. The water overflows the rim, spilling into a drain on the street. Trickle, gurgle. A dog is drinking from the overflow. It is a stray, a scruffy terrier with wiry hair. It laps at the water. Lap, lap, lap. It stops, it looks up, it hears something. Far away, near the eastern gate, a cart is moving. Let us leave the water and follow the sound. The cart is drawn by 2 oxen. They are massive, slow beasts. Their heads sway low to the ground. They are not in a hurry. The driver is a farmer from the local area. He is bringing turnips to the market for the morning. He has started early to get a good spot. The wheels of the cart are wooden. They are not greased well. Squeak and creak, squeak, creak. The sound echoes off the walls of the houses in the Canabae. It is a lonely sound. The oxen's hooves clack on the hard mud. Clap, clap. The farmer walks beside the oxen. He carries a long stick, but he does not use it. He just taps it on the ground. Tap, tap. He is tired, he yawns. He looks at the sky. The sky is changing. The deep, solid black of the night is beginning to fracture. Low in the east, a faint line of gray is appearing. It is not light yet, just a lessening of the dark. The farmer shivers. The pre-dawn hour is the coldest. He pulls his cloak tighter. It is made of rough wool, smelling of sheep and hay. He passes the hut of Marcus and Elara. Inside the hut, the silence is still intact, but the quality of the sleep has changed. It is lighter now. The dreams are fading. The body is preparing to wake, sensing the rotation of the earth. Marcus shifts. He turns onto his back. His breathing changes pitch. It becomes quieter. Elara's hand twitches. She is dreaming of the loom. In her dream, the shuttle is moving back and forth. Swish, swish. The cart outside passes, squeak, creak. Marcus hears it in his sleep. His brain registers the sound, cart, safe, sleep. He does not wake up. He drifts deeper for one last cycle of rest. Back at the water tower, Festus stands up. He has finished his drink. He picks up his pole. He climbs back up the stairs. Slap, slap, slap. He reaches the top tank. He checks the water again. The flow is steady. The pitch is the same, B-flat. He looks out of the window slit. He sees the line of gray in the east. Morning comes. He whispers to the water. The water does not answer. It just flows. Festus takes a rag and wipes the condensation from the brass fitting of his lantern. He polishes the metal. Rub, rub. He likes the brass to shine. Even here in the dark, standards must be maintained. He leans on the railing. He watches the water swirl. He thinks about the bathhouse fires. Drusus will be raking the ash soon. The water Festus is guarding will soon be hot. It will turn to steam. It will rise into the air and disappear. It is a cycle, spring to tower, tower to pipe, pipe to bath, bath to steam, steam to cloud, cloud to rain, rain to spring. Festus is just a watcher on the wheel. He feels peaceful. The responsibility is simple, keep the water moving. He hums a low note, matching the pitch of the water. HMMMMM. The stone tower vibrates around him. The lead pipes hum. The moss drinks the damp air. And the Roman Empire, vast and complicated, relies entirely on this simple, wet gravity. The gray line in the east grows a fraction wider. The night is losing its grip. The gray line in the east is stubborn. It refuses to become a true dawn just yet. It remains a pale, washed-out smear against the darkness, providing just enough light to distinguish a wall from a shadow, a tree from a man. The fortress is still a landscape of silhouettes. We drift away from the water tower, leaving the sound of the rushing water behind. We move towards the edge of the Canabae, where the buildings are larger and the air smells faintly of crushed grass and dry earth. We are entering the pistrinum, the mill. This is not the bakery where Silvius works his dough. This is the step before. This is where the grain becomes the flour. The building is a high-roofed shed, open on one side. Inside, the floor is paved with heavy flagstones, worn smooth and concave in a perfect circle in the center of the room. In the middle of this circle stands the machine, the mola. It is a donkey mill. It consists of two massive stones carved from porous volcanic rock. The bottom stone, the meta, is cone-shaped and stationary. The top stone, the catalyst, is shaped like an hourglass and sits over the cone. It is a machine of weight and friction. A man is here. His name is Calus. He is covered in a fine white powder from head to toe. His eyebrows are white. His eyelashes are white. Even the hair on his arms is dusted with the ghost of the wheat. He looks like a statue that has come to life. Calus is not alone. Beside him stands a donkey. The donkey is small, gray, and shaggy. Its winter coat has grown and thick. It stands with its head lowered, asleep on its feet. It wears a heavy leather collar and a wooden yoke. Kalis pats the donkey's neck. Pat, pat. A cloud of dust rises from the animal's coat. Time, Kalis whispers. He leads the donkey to the mill. The animal knows the way. It steps into the track. Kalis hooks the yoke to the wooden beams that protrude from the top stone. Click-clack. The harness is secure. Kalis walks to a pile of grain sacks, the same sacks we saw in the granary. He lifts one. It is heavy, but he swings it with the ease of practice. He pours the grain into the hopper, the hollow top of the upper stone. As they chage, the wheat berries slide down the wooden chute and disappear into the throat of the mill. Kalis taps the donkey on the rump. He does not hit it, he just touches it. Walk, he says softly. The donkey leans forward. It takes a step. Clap. The wooden beams creak. The heavy top stone resists for a moment, then surrenders to the torque. It begins to turn. Arrarrare rumble. The sound of a millstone turning is a sound deep in the earth. It is a grinding, crushing vibration that you feel in your teeth. Stone rubbing against stone. The donkey walks, clap, 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 clap. It walks in a perfect circle, around and around. It is a journey to nowhere. As the stone turns, the grain is pulled down between the two surfaces. It is crushed. It is pulverized. It is broken open. From the bottom of the mill onto a circular wooden tray, the flour begins to emerge. It falls in a soft, white cascade. Zift, zoft, zift. It is warm. The friction of the stones generates heat. If you were to touch the flour now, it would feel like warm sand. Kalis watches the flour fall. He watches the stream of white powder growing into a small mountain on the tray. He picks up a wooden shovel. He moves the flour into a bin. A scrape, swish. The donkey continues its pace. It does not look left or right. It is blindfolded with soft leather blinkers to keep it from getting dizzy. Its world is the sound of its own hooves and the resistance of the yoke. Clap, rumble, rumble. The rhythm is set. It is slower than a heartbeat. It is the rhythm of geology. Kalis leans against a pillar. He watches the machine work. He takes a piece of straw from the floor and chews on the end of it. He listens to the specific tone of the grinding. If the stones touch without grain between them, they will spark and smell of burning rock. He listens for that sharp screech, but he hears only the low grumble. The grain is feeding well. The air in the mill becomes hazy. The flour dust hangs in the air, catching the light from Kalis's lantern. It creates shafts of solid light. A spider web in the rafters is coated in flour. It looks like a piece of white lace doily. The donkey sneezes. Chuff, it shakes its head. The harness jingles, jingle-jangle, then it resumes the walk. Kalis closes his eyes for a moment. The sound of the mill is a white noise that blots out everything else. It blots out the cold. It blots out the war. It blots out the emperor. There is only the circle. He thinks about the bread that will be made from this flour, the round loaves, the flatbreads, the soldiers eating in their tents, the women eating in the Canabae. All of it starts here, with the crushing of the seed. He opens his eyes. The hopper is getting low. He walks over. He pours another sack. As they chage. The sound of the grain falling is like water. He checks the donkey's path. The flagstones are worn deep. Generations of donkeys have walked this same circle. Their hooves have eroded the rock, carving a trench of labor. Kayla steps into the trench. He walks behind the donkey for a few paces. He feels the groove in the stone. He fits into the history of the work. Outside, the wind has died down completely. The pre-dawn calm is absolute. The fog has settled into the low places, leaving the roofs of the huts clear. A rooster crows again. This time it is confident. It knows the sun is coming. Ura. Another rooster answers from across the town. Then another. A chain reaction of poultry announcing the light. But inside the mill, the sun does not matter. The mill runs on the donkey's time. Rumble. Kalis brushes the flour from his arm. It falls like snow. He thinks about his breakfast, a bowl of porridge. He is hungry, but the grinding must be done first. He looks at the flour bin. It is half full, a mound of pure, soft white. It looks comfortable. It looks like a pillow. The donkey slows down. It is testing him. Walk, Kayla says again. The donkey sighs, a long wheezing breath through its nose, and speeds up. Clop, clop. The stone turns. The earth gives up its harvest. The rock crushes the shell. It is a violent process, done with infinite slowness. Kaelis goes back to his pillar. He crosses his arms. He watches the dust motes dance. He is the miller. He turns the hard into the soft. And the morning creeps closer, inch by gray inch. The sun has finally made its decision. It has breached the horizon line to the east, pushing its way through the heavy banks of river mist. It is not a blazing, triumphant sunrise. It is a slow, creeping illumination. The light is pale yellow, thin and watery, like wine heavily diluted in a glass. It touches the tops of the watchtowers first, painting the wooden roofs in a faint gold, while the base of the walls remains submerged in the blue shadows of the lingering night. The dawn chorus has begun. It is not a symphony but a scattered conversation. A sparrow chirps from the thatched eaves of a hut, cheep. A crow answers from the fence line, caw. A blackbird sings a short melodic phrase from an oak tree near the river, then stops, listening to the silence before singing it again. Inside the small wattle-and daub hut, Elara opens her eyes. She is alone in the bed. The space beside her is empty, the straw mattress depressed where Marcus had slept. He has already gone. The discipline of the Legion does not wait for the sun to be fully up. He has slipped out into the gray light to answer the roll call, to stand in the line, to be a number in a list. She does not feel sad about this. It is simply the rhythm of their life. The tide goes out, Marcus leaves. The tide comes in, Marcus returns. She lies there for a moment, looking at the roof. The light filtering through the cracks in the shutter is stronger now. It reveals the dust motes dancing in the air, swirling in the turbulence left by Marcus's departure. The hut is cold. The heat from the evening fire has long since dissipated, absorbed by the clay walls and escaping through the roof. The air is crisp. It nips at her nose. She pulls the wool blanket up to her chin. It smells of him. It smells of the faint, metallic scent of iron armor and the salt of his skin. She breathes it in. It is a comforting anchor in the morning chill. But she cannot stay in bed. The day has requirements. She pushes the blanket aside. The cold air wraps around her immediately. She sits up. She swings her legs over the edge of the bed. Her feet find her sandals on the floor. She slides her feet into them. The leather is stiff and cool. She stands up. She wraps a thick woolen shawl around her shoulders, crossing it over her chest and tucking the ends into her belt. Her first task is not food, it is spirit. She walks to a small niche carved into the clay wall near the door. This is the lararium, the shrine to the household gods, the lares. It is a humble altar. There are two small figurines made of wood, roughly carved, standing guard. There is a small bowl. Elara picks up a pinch of spelt wheat from a jar. She drops it into the bowl. Tink. For the home, she whispers. She picks up a pinch of salt. She drops it in. Scritchy. For the safety. It is a transaction, a microscopic offering to ensure the roof stays up and the fever stays away. She does not kneel. She does not pray for grand things. She just acknowledges the invisible roommates of the house. Now the fire. She moves to the brazier in the center of the room. It looks dead. It is a pile of gray, fluffy ash, but Elara knows the secrets of the fire. She picks up the iron poker. She gently stirs the center of the ash pile. A swish, a swish. The ash falls away, revealing a faint, dull red glow at the bottom. The seed of the fire. It has survived the night. It was banked well. She leans down. Her face is close to the coals. She feels the faint radiation of heat on her cheeks. She picks up a handful of dried straw, tinder she keeps in a basket for this exact moment. She places the straw directly on the red ember. She takes a deep breath. She purses her lips. She blows. Woo-woo. The ash flies up in a small gray cloud. The ember brightens. It turns from dull red to bright orange. The heat intensifies. The straw begins to smoke, white smoke. Then a single yellow flame jumps from the coal to the straw. Snap. It catches. The fire is alive again. She adds small twigs. Hazel, birch, they are dry and brittle. Snap, crackle. The fire licks at them. It grows. It eats the wood. She adds larger sticks. Oak. She sits back on her heels and watches the flames establish themselves. The light in the room changes. The cold, blue light of the window is contested by the warm, flickering orange of the hearth. The shadows on the wall begin to dance again. The smell of wood smoke fills the room. It is the smell of morning. She stands up. Her knees crack, pop. She walks to the water pitcher. It is nearly empty. She shakes it. It makes a hollow sloshing sound. Splosh. She needs water. She picks up the pitcher. She walks to the door. She unlatches it. Clack. She pulls it open. The morning enters the room. It is brighter than she expected. The fog is lifting rapidly now, revealing the shapes of the neighboring huts. The ground is wet with dew. Every blade of grass, every pebble glistens with moisture. She steps out. She closes the door behind her. She begins the walk to the communal well. She is not alone. Other women are emerging from other huts, carrying jars and buckets. They are wrapped in shawls of gray, brown, and faded blue. They look like a procession of silent, woolen ghosts moving through the mist. The sound of the morning is the sound of sandals on wet earth. Squelch, pat, squelch, pat. She reaches the well. It is a low stone wall surrounding a deep shaft. A wooden frame holds a pulley and a rope. A woman named Julia is there ahead of her. Julia is the wife of a blacksmith. She is hoisting the bucket. Creak, squeak, creak, squeak. The pulley complains. The rope is wet and heavy. Julia pulls the bucket over the rim. Water splashes onto the stones. Splash. Cold morning, Julia says. Her voice is husky with sleep. The frost is close, Elara replies. My husband says the river is rising. It is the season. They do not look at each other, they watch the water. Julia pours the water from the bucket into her jar. Gurgle, glug. Elara steps up. She hooks her pitcher to the rope. She lowers it. The bucket descends into the dark. Down, down, down. A splash. A distant sound. The bucket has hit the water table. She waits a moment for it to fill. She feels the weight increase on the rope. She begins to pull, hand over hand. The rope is rough hemp. It scratches her palms. It is wet and cold. Heave, rest. She falls into a rhythm. She watches the wet rope coiling at her feet like a snake. The bucket appears. It is brimming with clear, dark water. It trembles as she lifts it over the wall. She pours it into her pitcher. She fills it to the top. She leaves a little space so it won't spill when she walks. She unhooks the bucket. She lets it rest on the rim. She picks up her pitcher. It is heavy now. She balances it on her hip. She walks back. The sun is higher now. It has burned through the lower mist. The sky is a pale, hard blue. She passes a dog sleeping in a doorway. It opens one eye, thumps its tail once thump and goes back to sleep. She reaches her hut. She goes inside. The fire has caught the oak logs. It is burning steadily now. The room is warmer. She pours some of the water into a pot. She sets the pot on the tripod over the fire. She sits on the stool. She watches the pot. She is waiting for the boil. She looks at the corner of the room where her loom stands. The weights hang straight and still. The half-finished fabric waits. Today is a weaving day. She will stand at the loom for hours. She will pass the shuttle back and forth. Swish, thud, swish, thud. But not yet. First, the water must boil. First, she must drink warm water with herbs. First, she must eat a piece of bread. She leans forward, warming her hands over the fire. She rubs them together. She listens to the pot. It is starting to talk, a low hum, mm. She closes her eyes. She imagines Marcus on the drill field. She imagines him marching. Left, right, left, right. She is here, he is there. The fire burns between them. The day has officially begun. The boring, beautiful, repetitive day of the empire. The sun has climbed another few degrees into the Pannonian sky. It is no longer the weak, watery light of dawn. It has gained a little confidence, turning the morning mist into invisible vapor. Inside the hut, the light has shifted. The beam that was touching the floor has now crept up the wall, illuminating the most important object in the room. The loom. It stands in the corner, a tall, rectangular frame made of smooth, dark oak. It leans slightly against the wall. It is a vertical warp-weighted loom, the engine of the household, the machine that turns sheep into clothing. Elara stands before it. She has finished her warm water. The fire in the brazier is settling down to a steady, quiet burn. The room is warm enough now to work without a shawl. She looks at the loom. It is a harp of silence. Dozens of vertical threads, the warp, hang down from the top beam. They are pulled tight, kept straight by the heavy clay weights tied to the bottom of each bundle. The weights look like stone donuts, gray and dusty. Elara runs her hand down the threads. They are rough wool, spun by her own hands last winter. They feel dry and strong. Strum. Her fingers brush the strings. They make a sound like a muted instrument, a dull thrum of tension. She picks up the shuttle. It is a boat-shaped piece of polished wood, smooth as a river stone. Inside the boat sits a bobbin wound with the weft thread. the horizontal thread that will weave the fabric together. As she begins, there is a specific rhythm to weaving. It is a dance of the hands. First, she must create the shed, the gap between the threads. She reaches out and pulls the heddle rod forward. Clack! The wooden rod hits the frame. Half of the vertical threads are pulled forward. The other half stay back. A triangular tunnel opens up between them. Elara looks through the tunnel. It is a clean, geometric space made of wool. She takes the shuttle in her right hand. She slides it into the tunnel. A swish. The wood slides against the wool. It is a whispering sound. The shuttle travels from right to left, carrying the thread with it. It emerges on the other side. She catches it with her left hand. The thread trails behind, a thin gray line crossing the vertical bars. Now the beat. She picks up the weaving sword, a flat wooden batten. She inserts it into the shed. She pushes it upwards. Thump. She presses the new thread hard against the finished fabric above. It packs the wool tight. It makes the cloth solid. Thump a second beat, just to be sure. Now the change. She releases the heddle rod. The threads fall back into place. Click. Gravity takes over. The clay weights at the bottom swing slightly, clinking against each other. Tink, tink. She opens the counter shed. She pushes the rod back. The threads cross. Rustle. The gap opens again, but the threads are reversed. She passes the shuttle back, left to right. A swish. She catches it. She beats the thread up. Thump. Clack, swish, thump, clack, swish, thump. This is the sound of the morning. It is slower than the potter's wheel. It is quieter than the blacksmith's hammer. It is a patient, domestic metronome. Elara does not think about the pattern. It is a simple tabby weave. Over, under, over, under. Her hands know the way. Her mind is free to wander or to simply rest in the blank space of the work. She watches the dust motes floating in the sunbeam that cuts across the loom. When she beats the cloth, thump, microscopic fibers of wool fly into the air. They join the dust. They swirl in golden turbulence. She focuses on a single knot in the wood of the loom frame. It looks like a small island in a sea of grain. She has looked at this knot 1,000 times. It is an old friend. The fabric grows, but it grows so slowly that you cannot see it happening. It grows row by row, millimeter by millimeter. It will take weeks to finish this piece. There is no rush. The winter is long. The tunic she is making is for next year. The concept of urgency does not exist in this corner of the room. Her shoulder muscles work. Lift, push, pull. It is a gentle exercise. She pauses. The bobbin in the shuttle is empty. The thread has run out. She sighs softly. She sits down on the stool for a moment. She picks up a basket of spun wool. She finds a new bobbin. She takes the end of the old thread and the start of the new thread. She wets her fingers with a little spit. She rolls the two ends together between her thumb and forefinger. Twist, roll. The wool fibers lock together. The join is made. It is seamless. She loads the new bobbin into the shuttle. She stands up. She resumes the rhythm. Clack, swish, thump. Outside, a cart goes by. The sound is muffled by the clay walls. It sounds like distant thunder. Elara wonders if the cart is carrying wood, or hay, or perhaps wine from the south. She does not go to the window to look. The loom demands her attention. The weights at the bottom of the loom are the anchors of her world. They hold the tension. Without tension, there is no cloth. Without tension, there is just a pile of string. She watches the weights. Sometimes, if she pulls the shed too hard, they swing. She likes to watch them settle back to stillness, a pendulum losing its energy. Swing, slow, stop. She beats the cloth again, thump. The sound is solid. It says made. It says done. A fly lands on the wooden frame of the loom. It rubs its front legs together. It walks a few inches. It explores the grain of the oak. Elara watches it. It flies away. She weaves another inch. The sunbeam moves. It leaves the loom and touches the floor again. The morning is passing. The shadows are shortening. Elara feels a sense of profound peace. She is creating something useful. She is making a surface that will keep the wind out. She is making warmth. She passes the shuttle. A swish. The wood is warm from her hand. The wool is warm. The room is warm. She closes her eyes for a second, trusting her hands to find the shed. Clack. Her hands find it. They never miss. The repetition washes over her. It is a river of wool. Swish, thump, swish, thump. And the cloth grows, one thread at a time, capturing the silence of the room in its weave. The sun has reached its peak in the Pannonian sky. The shadows have retreated to their absolute minimum, hiding directly beneath the carts, the eaves, and the heels of the people. The morning mist is a distant memory, replaced by a clear, still brightness that illuminates every crack in the mud and every grain of wood in the fences. We leave Elara to the rhythm of her loom. Swish, thump. We float out of her hut, back into the lane where the mud has begun to dry into a light gray crust. We move further into the Canabae, towards the district where the craftsmen live. The air here changes again. It loses the smell of wood smoke and cooking and takes on a sharper, more pungent scent. It is the smell of tannin, oak bark, beeswax, and cured hide. We are entering the workshop of the suitor, the shoemaker. The shop is a small, open-fronted room facing the street. The wooden shutters are thrown wide open to let in the light, but the interior remains dim and cool, a cave of brown and tan shades. An old man sits on a low, three-legged stool in the center of the room. His name is Varus. He has been fixing the feet of the legion for 40 years. His apron is stiff with dried glue and wax. His hands are stained the color of walnuts. On the workbench in front of him sits a caliga, the heavy military sandal. It is old. The leather is dark with oil and age. The straps are molded to the shape of the soldier's foot who wears it, but one strap has snapped near the ankle, a small failure of material that renders the shoe useless. Varus picks up the sandal. He turns it over in his hands. It is heavy. The sole is thick, 3 layers of cowhide studded with iron hobnails. A clunk. He sets it down on a wooden anvil, a stump of ironwood polished smooth by hammering. He picks up a knife. The blade is thin, curved like a crescent moon. He tests the edge on his thumb. It catches the skin. It is sharp. He begins to cut away the broken strap. A slice. The leather parts with a dry, fibrous sound. He cuts close to the sole, careful not to damage the stitching. He peels the old piece away. It curls up on the bench like a dead leaf. Now he must cut a new strap. He reaches for a roll of fresh leather. It is lighter in color, stiff and smelling of the tanning pit. He unrolls a section. It creaks, cree-yak. He places a wooden template over the leather. He holds it down with his left hand. He takes the knife in his right. Scritch slide. He traces the shape. The knife sings through the hide. He cuts a long, perfect strip. He puts the knife down. He picks up the new strap. He bends it back and forth to soften it. Crinkle, crinkle. He works the stiffness out of the fibers. Now the holes. He needs to stitch this strap into the layers of the sole. He cannot push a needle through this leather. It is too thick. He needs an awl. He picks up the tool. It has a bulbous wooden handle that fits perfectly into his palm and a sharp, diamond-shaped iron point. He positions the strap on the sole. He places the point of the awl. He pushes. Crunch. The sound of metal piercing thick leather is distinctive. It is a sound of compression. Varus leans his weight into it. The awl goes through. He gives it a little twist. Squeak. He pulls it out. He moves the point 1/4 of an inch. Crunch. Another hole. He does this 6 times. 6 holes in the strap. 6 holes matching in the sole. He sets the awl down. Tack. He picks up 2 needles. He threads them with a single length of waxed linen thread. The thread is thick and tacky. It sticks to his fingers. He begins the stitching. This is the saddle stitch. 2 needles passing through the same hole from opposite directions. He pushes the first needle through. He pulls the thread halfway. He pushes the second needle through. He grabs both ends of the thread. He pulls them tight. Zip. The sound of the waxed thread sliding through the leather is satisfying. It seals the hole. It locks the strap in place. Push, push, pull, zip. He falls into the rhythm. It is a slow, meditative process. He does not rush. A loose stitch means a blister for a soldier. A blister means a slow march. Varus takes his responsibility seriously, stitch by boring stitch. A fly lands on the workbench. It walks across the old piece of leather. It investigates a drop of glue. Varus ignores it. He is focused on the tension of the thread. He finishes the row. He ties off the knot. He taps it with a small hammer to flatten it. Tap, tap. Now the oil. The new leather is too pale. It needs to match the old. He dips a rag into a pot of neatsfoot oil. The oil is yellow and viscous. He rubs it into the new strap. Rub, swish, rub. The leather drinks the oil. It darkens instantly, turning from a pale biscuit color to a rich, deep brown. It becomes supple. Varus wipes the excess oil away. He buffs the strap with a clean cloth. Shhhhhh. The sandal is repaired. He sets it aside on the finished pile. Thud. He picks up the next job. It is not a repair. It is a new build. A sole needs hobnails. This is the loudest part of the job, but even the noise is dull and rhythmic. He takes a sole blank. He places it on the anvil. He has a box of iron hobnails. They look like dark metal mushrooms with sharp stems. He picks one up. He places the point against the leather. He picks up his hammer. It is a heavy, squat hammer with a short handle. Whack! One strike. The nail drives into the leather. The head sits flush against the sole. He picks up another. Whack! He works in a pattern, a circle around the heel, a pattern on the ball of the foot. These nails give the soldier traction in the mud. They are the tires of the Roman war machine. Whack, pause, whack, pause. The sound echoes into the street. It is a slow heartbeat of industry. Varus stops to rub his wrist. The vibration of the hammer travels up his arm. He is old and his joints are stiff. He rotates his wrist. Click, click. He looks out into the street. A child is rolling a hoop with a stick. The hoop trundles over the bumps. Rattle, rattle. The child runs silently behind it. Varus watches until the child is gone. Then he returns to the nail. Whack! He turns the sole over. The points of the nails are sticking through the other side. This would cripple a man. He picks up a different tool, a flat iron clincher. He places it against the points. He hammers the sole from the nail head side. Clang, clang. The points curl over and bury themselves back into the leather. This is called clinching. It locks the nail in and creates a smooth surface for the inner sole to rest on. It is hidden work. No one sees the clinched nail, but it holds the shoe together. Varus finishes the sole. It is now armored. It is heavy with iron. He sighs, a long, dusty exhalation. He is thirsty. He reaches under the bench and pulls out a wineskin. He unplugs it. He squirts a thin stream of watered wine into his mouth. It is cool. It tastes of the pitch lining of the skin. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. He looks at the dust dancing in the shaft of sunlight. The smell of the leather is strong today. The heat of the afternoon is warming the hides stacked in the corner, releasing their scent. It is a heavy, animal smell. A cat walks into the shop. It is the shop cat, a black and white creature with sawdust in its fur. It jumps onto the bench. Thump. It walks across the leather scraps. It finds a spot of sunlight on the end of the table. It circles 3 times. Turn, turn, turn. It lies down. It tucks its nose under its tail. It goes to sleep instantly. Varus watches the cat. He smiles, a slight cracking of his leathery face. He picks up a scraper. He needs to smooth the edge of a heel. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Fine curls of leather fall to the floor. They join the dust and the dirt. The afternoon stretches out. There are 3 more sandals to fix. There is no hurry. The soldiers are drilling. They will not come for their shoes until evening. Varus works on. The world outside moves at its own pace, but in here, time is measured in stitches and nails. Zip, whack, scrape. The silence between the sounds is thick and peaceful. The leather is patient. The iron is patient. And Varus is the most patient of all. The circle of the day is closing. The sun, which we watched climb so laboriously over the Pannonian mist this morning, is now touching the western hills. It is sinking into the vast, dark forests of Germania. The light has turned heavy and golden, thick with the dust of the day's labor. It coats the stone walls of the fortress, the clay walls of the huts, and the slow-moving water of the Danube in a varnish of deep amber. The sounds of industry are fading. In the mill, Calus has unhooked the donkey. The stone has stopped turning. The rumble has ceased. The donkey is eating hay in its stall, its work done. In the shoemaker's shop, Varus has blown out his lamp. He has wiped his tools with an oily rag. He has closed the shutters. Bang. Latch. The smell of leather is locked inside for the night. In the granary, the cat has woken up and begun its prowl, but the scribe has gone. The tablet is smooth. The counting is finished. We return to the gate of the fortress. The trumpet sounds, ta-ya-ta-ta-ya. It is the Solis Akasis, the call for sunset. It signals the end of the working day for the legion. The gates will soon be barred. The night watch will soon mount the walls. Marcus walks out of the gate. He is tired. It is a good, heavy tiredness that sits in the muscles of his legs and the curve of his back. He has marched. He has drilled. He has cleaned. He has stood. He walks onto the dirt road of the Canabae. The mud has dried into hard ridges during the day, but the evening dew is already beginning to soften it again. Crunch step, crunch step. He passes the neighbors. They are all doing the same thing. Men returning from the fields, from the workshops, from the fort. Women calling in their children. Goats being herded into pens. Bleat, clatter, hush. The energy of the town is dropping. It is settling like sediment in a glass of water. Marcus turns down his alleyway. He sees the smoke rising from his own chimney. It is a thin, gray ribbon standing straight up in the still air. It tells him everything he needs to know. The fire is lit. Elara is there. He reaches the door. He pushes it open. The light inside is exactly as it was last night. The oil lamp is burning on the table. The brazier is glowing. The smell of lentils and bread fills the small space. Elara is sitting on the stool. The loom is silent in the corner. The fabric has grown 3 inches today, a solid band of gray wool waiting for tomorrow. She looks up, she smiles. "You are back," she says. "I am back," he replies. He hangs his cloak on the peg. He unbuckles his belt. Jingle, clatter. He lays it on the chest. He takes off his sandals. He walks to the basin and washes his face and hands. The water is cool. He wipes the dust of the drill field from his skin. He dries his hands on the rough linen towel. He sits down opposite her. They do not speak for a long time. There is no need to recap the day. The day was the same as yesterday. It will be the same as tomorrow. That sameness is their safety. In a chaotic world, boredom is a luxury. Elara pushes a bowl of food towards him. It is the rest of the stew warmed up. It is thick and savory. He eats, she eats. The room grows darker. The corners of the hut disappear into shadow. The world shrinks down to the circle of light cast by the single flame. Marcus looks at Elara. He looks at her hands resting on the table. He reaches out and covers her hand with his. His palm is rough. Hers is smooth but strong. This is the reality of the Roman soldier. It is not the eagle standard. It is not the emperor's face on a coin. It is this hand. It is this warmth. They sit there as the embers in the brazier slowly turn from orange to red to gray. Outside, the wind picks up. It whispers through the thatch. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The winter will be here soon, Marcus says softly. We have wood, Elara says. We have wool. Yes. They are ready. They are small, insignificant specks in the history of the world, but they are ready. The lamp flickers. It is time. Elara stands up. She goes to the door and checks the latch. It is secure. She checks the window shutter. It is closed. She blows out the lamp. PFFF. The darkness rushes in. It is absolute and total, but it is not scary. It is a blanket. They move to the bed. The straw rustles, crinkle, crunch. They lie down. They pull the heavy wool blankets up to their chins. The heat of their bodies begins to create a warm pocket in the cold room. Marcus closes his eyes. He listens to the sounds of the night returning. The dog barks once in the distance. The river flows. S-H-H-H-H-H. The guards on the wall shift their weight, creak. He feels his body letting go. The tension in his shoulders dissolves. The ache in his feet fades. He thinks about the empire. It stretches from the sands of Syria to the reign of Britannia. It is vast. It is loud. It is eternal. But it is also just this: a man and a woman sleeping in a hut while the earth turns. The legions will eventually march away. The fortress will crumble. The stones will be taken by farmers to build fences. The names of the emperors will be forgotten by most. But this will remain: the sleeping, the dreaming, the quiet love in the dark. Marcus breathes in. Marcus breathes out. Elara breathes in. Elara breathes out. Their breathing syncs up, a slow, rhythmic tide. The mouse in the roof scratches once, scritch, and then settles. The fire gives one last pop as a coal breaks apart, and then silence. The history is over for today. There are no more dates. There are no more battles. There is nothing left to learn. There is only the night. The deep, boring, beautiful night. Sleep well, citizen. Sleep well, soldier. Sleep well.